you mentioned the state Senate, those 8 races that we're watching. As you said, 30% in nearly already there up in District 19. Holdman, the incumbent, losing by nearly 20 points to Feichter at this point.
Yeah. Holdman's a longtime incumbent, and Feichter is one that originally had backed out of the race and said he wasn't going to run. And then kind of last minute, he said, okay, I guess I will run and stay in. And now he's leading with 60% of the vote.
And so, I just got another update on that race. I'm watching NBC News has 54% now in State Senate District 19. Feichter 60-40 over Travis Holdman, the incumbent there. Let us look at some of those other state Senate races where the incumbents are being challenged by far-right MAGA Republicans. Up in District 1, that's the northwest corner of the state, nothing reported at this time. Incumbent Dan Durnall is being challenged. He did vote against redistricting. Moving up to the north central part of the state in District 11, that's northern St. Joseph and Elkhart counties, about 17.5% in on the Republican side there. Linda Rogers, another incumbent who voted against redistricting, also losing. This one's much closer, 50.6 for her opponent, Dr. Brian Schmutzler. Rogers 49.4. And with that, let us welcome our good friend Derek Holder to the show. Derek's been working the polls today. Derek, thank you for your service.
Not a problem. I am exhausted.
I bet. It's a long day, and then coming on here.
So, Derek, let me invite you in, tell you sort of where we're at. We spent the first couple minutes looking at the Democratic primaries on the congressional side and went through those. We will come back around to them. We've got one eye on those at all times. Haven't gotten to the Republican primaries on the congressional side yet. A lot of incumbents there who are probably expected to walk. We've got an eye on the first. There is a 3-way race there to challenge the likely the Democratic incumbent Frank Mervan, assuming he makes it out of his primary, which is highly likely. But we were just talking about the Republican state Senate primaries. Thank you to my lovely wife who brought me some pizza. I might dip off the screen while you guys talk for a second, shove a slice in my face to keep me going. But
my husband was just asking me if I wanted my wings and salad.
So I'm gonna take there while Jennifer's dipping out. I'm gonna take her off the screen there. When she comes back in, we'll put her back on. But anyway, Derek, we were talking about the 8 state Senate primaries where Trump aligned MAGA aligned groups are challenging incumbents, or in one case it's an empty seat where there is a Trump endorsed candidate involved in that state Senate race. But we're looking at those, and we've talked about 2 of them so far up in Kelly's neck of the woods, up there in state Senate District 19, and oh, shit, damn. 49% in. NBC News has called this race for the challenger, Blake Feichter.
Oh, wow.
And I just looked up. Holdman's been in office for 18 years.
So, at least on the Republican side, chalk that up. There's a win for the far right MAGA folks right there. We also looked at District 11. up in north central Indiana, South Bend, Elkhart region there. Also, the MAGA challenger to the incumbent who voted against Trump's redistricting gambit there in December, Brian Schmutzler, a very narrow lead over the incumbent Linda Rogers, only 17.5% in there. Let us move down to District 21 on the Republican side there. This is central Indiana. This is Tipton, Howard, and western Hamilton County, including the cities of Kokomo, Tipton, and Westfield. Same dynamic. Incumbent Jim Buck voted against redistricting. The Trump-endorsed Tracy Powell is leading with a little less than 25% in that race, 60-40. Derek, let me hear from you. Thoughts so far on this? Does this surprise you to see the MAGA wing so strong out of the gate?
It does not surprise me for it to be the early numbers, because that area, it has, I believe it has Kokomo.
That is correct.
So, I mean, the county numbers will supersede the city numbers. They'll come in, city will come in before county. Sorry. Like I said, it's been a long day.
Yes. I guess I want to look at another one of these races, and these are all quite interesting at this point. District 23 is one that we'll come to throughout the night. This is Park, Vermilion, Fountain, Warren counties, western Tippecanoe counties. West Lafayette is in that area. This is Spencer Deary's district. He's being challenged by the Trump-endorsed Paula Copenhaver. Nothing reported at this point. But District 38, now this one has been a high-profile race. That is the Terre Haute area. Our friend of Penn, Casey Blundell, will be the Democratic nominee in that race, and we hope to hear from her later when she knows who her challenger will be. At this point, the incumbent who voted against redistricting is leading that race. That is Greg Good, the senator there, with 31.5% in. He has 54.7% of the vote compared to the Trump-endorsed Brenda Wilson with 35% of the vote. Now, if you recall, this one's a three-way race. This one was weird. Mike Braun got involved. Jim Bopp got involved. The third wheel, as it were, in this race, Alexandra Wilson, same last name as Brenda Wilson, they tried to get her thrown off the ballot. They thought she was a plant from the good camp to confuse voters. Oh, I'll vote for the Wilson, right? Well, at this point, I don't know if it matters. Good with a substantial majority lead there, 54% of the vote. The Wilson sisters, that's a Heart reference for you classic rock fans there. The Wilsons combined have a little more than 45% of the vote. So,
real quick on that one, if I may interject. Clay County and Sullivan counties are coming back at 0% reported right now. So that is purely in Vigo County. That is purely one county right now.
That is, Derek, I thank you for the detailed county level results. You are you wearing khakis? Are you our Kornacki tonight?
Sure. We'll say that.
Very good. All right. Well, so again, we'll keep an eye on that one. None of these have been called yet. I want to move on down to District 41. This is another close one. Where incumbent Greg Walker also voted against redistricting. He is being challenged by state Representative Michelle Davis, looking for the promotion, looking to move up to the state Senate at this point with 46% of the vote in. She leads 51 48.5 to about 48.5 there. So finally, yeah, before, and Derek, I will let you riff for a little bit because I got a couple folks I want to talk to and bring in here shortly. So I will let you carry this thing for a moment, but I do want to talk about Senate District 39 briefly. This one is an open seat. Now, the other 7 we talked to have an incumbent. This one was vacated by Eric Bassler. He's not seeking re-election. He was another one who voted against redistricting in December. The Trump-endorsed former state rep Jeff Ellington, who owns a farm right up the road from me. I've got a great Jeff Ellington story. Maybe we'll get to that later tonight. But with 52% of the vote in there, Ellington does lead a 3-way race with 44% of the vote. Christy Risk, the Owen County GOP chair, currently running in second with 28.7, and Tanner Bucci, a faith, family, and freedom conservative who absolutely loves coal, is running third with 27% of the vote there. And Derek, I will let you talk for a little bit. I'm going to take a couple texts and work on getting a couple guests lined up here. Talk to the folks.
Okay, so in race 39 right now, overall, Jeff Ellington is leading by 300 votes. And that is, let's see, who's not reporting yet. Knox is not reporting. Martin is not reporting. Owen is not reporting. Neither is Sullivan. Right now, Davies County has Jeff Ellington at 42.1%, leading by just about 111 votes over Christy Risk. Greene County has Jeff Ellington at 50.9, leading by about 200 votes over Christy Risk. Tanner Bucci is bringing into the rear in both of them. So we don't know how that's going to end up. Right now, it's looking like Jeff Ellington, but has 4 other counties to report. In District 41, State Senate District 41, right now, Bartholomew County is showing at, Greg Walker has around 300 votes above Michelle Davis, and Johnson County is not reporting at all yet.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Looked like to say it. Would love to say it. We've got great viewership currently right now. Folks watching on Facebook Live, on YouTube, and on progressiveindiana.net. Welcome to all the good folks watching us this evening throughout the Hoosier State. We are glad to have you. If you can, all of the stuff we do here is a lot of work. We could use your support with a paid subscription at progressiveindiana.net. If you can, only $5 a month, $50 for the whole year to help us build the infrastructure that will pop the right-wing media bubble in this state. We appreciate everybody's support who is already doing so. And, if it's your first time joining us, welcome. Glad to have you. Hope to be bringing you the boldest, most progressive coverage of tonight's primary results across the Hoosier State. At this time, we do have a guest joining us. And Tracy, I got you. There we go. All right. Tracy needed to drop off for a second, and we're going to fill that spot ably with District 66 Democratic candidate Ryan Price. Ryan, welcome. How you feeling tonight?
Oh, it's quite the event here tonight. I don't know if you can see behind me. There's a lot of people in Clark County excited about the primary.
That's fantastic. So, Ryan, now you are unopposed currently in your race.
Correct.
Is your opponent let's see. Yes, you do not.
You got one ticket. You is blue.
Sorry, it's loud there.
Yeah.
Your race is set. You're taking on the incumbent there. But what's the mood there? What other kind of races are going on in your county that folks are excited about? Do you have increased Democratic participation, maybe in some races that weren't challenged in the last couple cycles?
Yeah.
He's not here.
Right now, the biggest seat on the ticket for the primary is the sheriff's race here in Clark County. There has been a lot of corruption lately. I'm sure you've looked into the Jamie Knoll and everybody that was affected by that. So Jamie Knoll's number 2 has been the sheriff for the last few years, and currently he is looking like he's going to be defeated in the primary against his Republican challenger. The man that I'll be facing in November endorsed that candidate just a few days ago, and now it's looking like he's going to lose. There are definitely a lot more people pulling primaries for Democrats this year as well. Sorry, they're doing raffle drawings right now.
So we'll be here next week.
But yeah, the sheriff's race is the big one. Then we've got, the 4.
Before we go for free drinks here. Next week's meal is the pork tenderloin sandwiches, tater tots.
Pork tenderloin sandwiches, tater tots. You get that?
You're good. Can you potentially step the main room there a little bit? I know that they've got
All right, we'll draw for some free drinks here.
See if I can flip my camera for you here.
Oh, well, we lost Ryan there for a second, but I do, Ryan mentioned the Clark County Sheriff's race, and that is another thing that we had sort of flagged that we're going to keep an eye on throughout the night. And he mentioned the incumbent down there is Sheriff Scotty Maples. He spent 22 years in the Clark County Sheriff's Department, underneath Jamie Knoll. Grew up in that environment of corruption. Sounds like, if we are to believe Ryan, that Kenny Kavanaugh, a 30-year veteran of the Jeffersonville Police Department, who including 10 years as the chief there, sounds like will defeat Maples. So, I'm going to have to double check on that. And maybe when Jennifer rejoins us, she can enlighten us on what's going on in the sheriff's race down there. There is also a contested race on the Democratic side with Ed Byers and Tim Derringer. We'll check in on them at some point as well. Next door in Floyd County, they've got a contested sheriff's race also with the incumbent Steve Bush facing Jason Kerberg. There is no Democrat at this point in the race for sheriff down in Floyd County, but the Republican primary in that county is, again, sort of a proxy fight between an established figure who maybe Knoll aligned. Jamie Knoll didn't his influence didn't just stop at the Clark County borders. He was the District 9 chair for the Indiana Republicans for a while himself, and his opponent there, Steve Bush, the incumbent's opponent. One more time. Steve Bush, the incumbent, has an opponent, Jason Kerberg, who has gone into some Democratic spaces and spoke to folks there, and is trying to maybe cultivate a more broad base of support, as it were. Tracy, I'm sorry, I booted you. Tracy sent me a private message over in our chat. She said, if you need to move me backstage, you can. I thought you were asking me to put you backstage. I have not. I'm sorry. We got, so much going on, and not nearly enough time for everybody to talk. But Tracy, I guess let me come back to you. Are you seeing anything in Marion County there starting to pop off yet? Are we getting any results? Oh, we do have results. Tracy, let's look at District 7 there, your congressional district.
Okay. So I'm
30,
looking
a
at the
little
New
less
York.
than 33. Yeah. A
Yeah,
little less than
I'm looking at
33%
New York
in.
Times. Yeah, this is going exactly like I thought. According to NBC News, Carson is in the lead with 64.2%. Wells is second with 22.3%, which is a lot higher than I thought. And Israel Lovett, let me stop with my opinion. George Ronaldo is third with 9.8%. See, I had to remember, I'm sorry, guys. I had to remember I'm not on my own podcast, so I can't just go and say what I just want to say.
Hey, no, you go off. That's why you're here. Listen, we value your input, your opinion. You know, we're not exactly breaking the news here. We will let the major organizations report the results. We are here to analyze them. So analyze away. You know, why is Andre Carson running away with this thing?
Okay, so before I say that, I did link your show to my channel, and I hope that's okay.
Absolutely. Welcome, Tracy's viewers. Glad to have you.
It's basics. A lot of us loved his grandmother. I mean, a lot of us loved his grandmother. And he's benefit, even though it, like when I met one of his campaign staff, I was like, you know, you would do good to have a community meeting, like a town hall every now and then. And then she's like, well, he's busy in DC. And I came back with, you know, there is this thing called Zoom, and you could just, I don't know, meet there. And even though that frustrates a lot of us, we still go back to like how strong his grandmother was. And I think a lot of that has to do. I thought for some reason he was going to win a lot bigger. The thing that bothered me about Destiny Wells, and this is an important issue with me, because the state of Indiana gives a lot of money to Israel, which I did not realize until I started doing my research. I could not find her statement about Palestine. Maybe she has one, but I could not find it. And that's a big deal for me, is if you're for funding Israel, it's a no for me. It's an absolute positively no. I couldn't find her stance on it.
I actually had Destiny on our show, and she called what Israel was doing a genocide. She said she rejects AIPAC money. Yeah.
Okay.
But
that's
still,
good to know.
Still.
George Fernando. I'm going to be really.
Tracy, NBC has called that race for Carson, by the way, at this point.
Yeah, it was like a no shocker. We knew he was going to win, but George Hernando or whatever his name is. Okay, so you all know I went to see the Michael biopic, and from now on, I'm going to call politicians that I don't like Joe Jackson. That's just going to be the name for every politician that I don't like. George Hernando is Joe Jackson. This Israel supporting piece of I'm like, he's like, well, fix the potholes. Okay, that's what we have a mayor for. I don't know if he knows how this works. Yes, he should be getting money for Marion County. Yes, but he never had a plan. He never had anything. There was like no way. There was nothing that he could have said that was going to make me vote for him. Again, I thought, and Denise Hatch, oh boy, Denise Hatch is an interesting candidate. I don't know if you all know this, but she has criminal history. If I'm just being, I'll say that as nice as I can, and that may have hindered her. I don't know, but I called this race as soon as he said he was going to run for re-election. I'm like, is this a contest? It's closer than I thought. So that means he's got it. And let me backtrack this. There's no way a Republican is going to win the congressional 7th seat. It will not happen. Andre Carson will win re-election. There is no way, no how that a Republican, I don't care if Trump endorses them, I don't care if J.D. Vance endorses them, I don't care if Mike Pence endorses them, they could get George W. Bush. It does not matter. Andre Carson will win re-election. It's not even a guarantee. It's just a fact at this point. So I think what he needs to do is to take this and build on it. Like say, oh, okay, I didn't win, because the last time he ran and he just ran away with it. This was a little bit closer. And if he pays attention, he should be asking himself, why was this closer? And what can he do, such as having town hall meetings and telling Hakeem Jeffries we need to impeach Trump, and doing things like, I know he's for Medicare for all, but I would personally like to see him be a more stronger advocate and force the vote on Medicare for all when the Democrats come into power, if they come into power, because I'm convinced if the Democrats had 435 seats, they would still find a way to mess it up. I'm like, okay, let's just watch you go. But I think he really needs to look at why was this race a lot closer than his other races.
Yeah, no, you nailed it, Tracy. I think that was the primary concern. Like, no one is making any criticism of Carson's voting record. I think his voting record has been pretty strong as Democrats go. He has been strong on Palestine, as you mentioned, and generally a good, solid, progressive vote. You want to see more leadership. You want to see more of a strong voice. I want to see him lead in Indianapolis and Marion County and get that mess y'all got going on there under control. Maybe, to be crass, stick around a little bit,
The only way we get that mess out of Indianapolis is to get rid of Joe Hogsett. Yep, I said it, and I'm not taking it back.
Shots fired.
I'm like I said, I'm more interested in the sheriff's race and the race for that other office that I still can't think of the name of it. The county, the person that does the county votes.
Clerk.
The person over the election.
County clerk.
What's that called again?
The clerk.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not stupid. I promise I'm not stupid. I really promise this.
It has been a long day for all of us.
I'm like, it's called what? Yes, but I had the day off because I wasn't feeling well. So I'm like, it's called what? I'm interested.
Man, there's something going around, Tracy. I'll tell you what, because Brianna's actually going to try and join us here shortly, but she has not been feeling well herself. But hopefully we'll get a Brianna appearance here shortly. I wanted to move to Kelly, though. Kelly, you've been so patient. Thank you for all you're doing up there, keeping an eye on the numbers. You have a call up in the 2nd congressional district on the Democratic side, don't you?
Yeah, NBC and others have now called it for Jamie. I don't know how you say her last name, Decio.
Decio, yes.
Yeah, I've met her. We're not surprised. She was party backed, has the influence there. Sean was a teacher, small business owner. So a bit of a different background. So it'll be interesting. When I met her last summer, she made the comment alluding that she doesn't live in Indiana full time and stuff. So I hope that this win will bring her here a little more frequently. I know she hasn't filled out a lot of candidate surveys and been super active in some of these realms. So I hope that now picks up post-primary.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, while I've got you there, what is going on up in your neck of the woods on the Democratic side and State Senate District 15? Do you have any results there at this point? I am not seeing anything. Indy Star is not even listing that one for whatever reason. And also on the Republican side, that's another one of these races where you've got a far-right Republican, Liz Brown, actually being challenged by an even further far-right Republican in Darren Vogt, if you can imagine.
How is that possible?
That is a good question, Derek.
Paid ads. I'm just outside of her district. I'm in Tyler Johnson's, which is even better, great. The guy who went to the Bounty people, but it shows right now with about 24% of the vote in that Liz Brown is ahead, but by, a little over 100 votes. So definitely, way too close to say how that's going to go. For the Democratic side, it's showing they have and she's ahead. She has over 61% of the vote in. So here, Republican side.
Okay. Very good. I'm glad you are seeing numbers there because I must be looking in the wrong places. I am not getting anything for State Senate District 15 at this point. Indy Star, step up your game. But I do have a call from the Southwest, actually a couple calls from the Southwest sort of corner of the state. First of all, on the Democratic side, 8th Congressional District, Mary Allen, Evansville City Councilor. As expected, the favorite there will win that race. She currently, with a little less than 43% in, has a comfortable lead over two challengers with a little less than 66% of the vote. I'm a progressive. Maybe Mary and I don't agree on everything, but she put in a hell of a lot of work in that race, and congratulations to her. We hope to talk to her over the next several months. Let's bring Simon back in. Simon's got some numbers here for us. Simon Higgs, hey, welcome back. Where you been? You have early voting final numbers from Morgan County, correct?
Yeah, this is the just come from the county clerk's office. So this is numbers that don't include today's voting. So they basically have early voting was 313 paper absentee votes, 3,519 walk-ins. They used 22 machines out of the 85 machines that they've got. And we're showing US District 4 primary Jim Baird is ahead just by 3 points over Craig Haggard. Wes Bennett is 7 points over Greg Knott. Peggy Mayfield is 46 points over Mike Moore. So the two challenges that she had that were Trump endorsed basically went nowhere. Now, having said that, this doesn't reflect any votes that came in today. This is literally up until yesterday. And then Jerry Smith, judge of Superior Court number 1. Sarah Dugan wasn't challenged for Superior Court number 3. Prosecuting attorney, 5th Circuit, Joseph Gaunt, 1. Let's have a look. Who else was challenged? County Sheriff, Dan Downing is 13 points up over Brent Worth. And County Commissioner, District 2, Kevin Collier. The results up and down. Mike Kirsch is ahead, and Bethany Latham is second in the County Commissioner race. And for County Council District 2, Melissa Green is ahead of Trudy Ellis. So we just have to have today's votes added onto that for Morgan County, but that's where it stood this morning when the polls opened.
I can add on to that for the Indiana 4th Congressional District in Morgan County. Drew Cox is in the lead with 87% reporting in Morgan County alone, with 27.1% over Joe Mackey at 16.2 in Morgan County.
Okay, I have a question. So why didn't they have the Democrat results in there? They only had the Republican results in.
No idea.
That's interesting.
Interesting. Hey, I want to another call here, guys. NBC News is reporting a win in State Senate District 38. The incumbent Greg Good will win that race over the challengers Brenda Wilson and Alexandra Wilson. Currently, he is running about 10% of their above their combined total. So the Alexandra Wilson will take away Brenda Wilson's vote trope is apparently a no-go. Good will win either way. So at this point, we've got 3 of those 8 Republican state Senate races called. And the far-right MAGA Trump-endorsed challengers have now won 2. But this one you can chalk up to the quote-unquote moderate candidate Good, who did vote against Trump's redistricting gambit last December. So we'll keep an eye on the rest of those as we go. But I want to come back to Derek. What is going on and some of our what's going on in the 4th Congressional District, by the way? We had that massive 6-way race that we were keeping an eye on there on the Democratic side.
Well, as of right now, Drew Cox is leading with 29.2% over Joe Mackey at 24.7%. When it comes to a breakdown in counties, Boone County right now, Drew Cox is in the lead in Boone. Joe Mackey is in the lead in Cass. Joe Mackey is in the lead in Clinton. Joe Mackey is in the lead in Hendricks. Howard with a whopping 35 votes total in Howard. They are tied at 9 each. Just going through county by county. Morgan, like I reported, Drew Cox is in the lead. Newton County, Joe Mackey is in the lead by 4 votes. Drew Cox has Putnam and Tippecanoe. That one is, you take Tippecanoe, you take the district.
Hey, Derek, I've got a call in another Democratic primary on the congressional side, by the way. Well, first of all, no surprise. 1st Congressional District, incumbent Frank Mervan will win. Yeah, but more interestingly, in the 6th, in a race that got kind of nasty there toward the end, Cindy Worth is expected to capture this nomination again. A little less than half the vote in there. She is pulling away with this thing, a little less than 60% of the vote. NBC has called that race for Cindy Worth. William Corey Amix down there at 16%. Nick Baker a little less than 13. Not nearly as close as I thought that one was going to be, Derek.
Oh, God, no. It wasn't even close. I am actually working on getting Cindy Worth on as we speak.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that one is actually extremely shocking. I mean, we're looking at these numbers. Of course, Bartholomew is going for Cindy.
Yay, hey, Brianna. We've got a Brianna sighting. Brianna, hello. Hey, how you feeling?
I'm feeling better than I was earlier. Not 100%, but better than I was.
We're so glad you're here. It would not be an election night without you. And I don't know how much of this you've been able to catch as you've been getting set up, but I'd like your thoughts on that race that just called 6th Congressional District there, your neighbors to the immediate south. Cindy Worth running away with that thing over Amix Baker and David Boyd running a distant fourth there. Thoughts?
I mean, I think that we kind of knew it was going to be either Cindy or, Corey, right? And I think that Corey just kind of struggled a little bit with the fundraising aspect of it. It's just hard. And I don't know how much like some prejudices of that area might have played into that race as well. But Cindy is a very strong candidate. I've met both Corey and Cindy, and they are both very strong people. I'm very happy for Cindy. She's a very intelligent woman, and I'm glad to see more women in, stepping up and taking on some of these roles and positions and hopefully winning the general.
Hey, well, while I got a couple Marion County folks here with Brianna and Tracy, I am looking at the Marion County's election website and starting to see some results there. And the clerk in Marion County was one of those races that we were looking at, one of these proxy battles between the old guard establishment of the party, which in Indianapolis is especially slimy, and the new progressive upstarts at this point. And I don't have a percentage reporting on this, but at this point in the count, incumbent establishment figure Kate Sweeney Bell is leading the progressive Carla Lopez Owens by a little less than 10 points, 51.5 to 42.5. That's a three-way race. Bobby Kern getting 6% of the vote despite having passed away recently.
Yeah, it's like I thought he passed away. I'm so confused.
Well, remember, this is the state that did choose a deceased person before.
Tracy, thoughts on the clerk's race at this point? I do not have a number as to what percentage is in to this point, but currently Bell leading.
Sorry, I had to get my microphone. So I don't expect that number. Whoever wins is going to be by a slimmer margin than what you just reported. I think it might be one of those ones I'll wake up and we still won't have a winner. It could go that way. Like I said, I'm a little bit more interested in the sheriff's race because again, that race just got extremely nasty and I'm just like, how did this happen? But the clerk's race, and I got it right this time. I don't know if it matters who wins it. And the reason I'm saying that is Indianapolis is majority Democrat. Does a Republican really have a chance at winning that seat? Like it won't matter whether it's Sweeney or Owens. It's not, they don't seem that different to me. This is just my assessment. And I haven't followed this race as closely as I should. But they just don't seem that different to me. I'm just like, as long as the Republican doesn't win, oh well.
Tracy,
maybe I know I should feel that way
a little bit because same dynamic going on in the sheriff's race at this point. And again, I don't know what percentage of the vote that represents, but at this time, the establishment pick, and this one's kind of controversial because this was just last week. Kelvis Williams, one of your sheriff's candidates, sent out a mailer saying, vote for the official Democratic team. And it was Kate Sweeney Bell and Mila Eldridge and Ryan Mears and Kelvis Williams there. And this is the party eliminated slating as a thing a while ago. The party doesn't get a chance to pick who their nominees are going to be. The people do, and so this mailer was controversial. That said, all the folks who were on it with them were like, "Oh, I had nothing to do with this." I highly doubt that, but maybe that's just me. Regardless, Mr. Williams at this point is leading his opponent, Gregory Patrick, who is positioning himself as the outsider candidate there by about 10 points, 54 to 46.
I think that's going to be another one that's going to get a lot closer as the evening goes on. I can't imagine that being just unlike the Carson race, which I called literally when he announced his reelection. That's another one I expect to get a lot closer.
We will see. Kelly is telling me that it's about 30% reporting out of Marion County. Thank you, Kelly. Hey, we've got a guest at this time. Let's welcome from the Indiana Rural Summit, Zach Harrison. Zach, how you doing tonight?
Hello, Scott. Hello, Progressive Indiana Network. How are you all doing? Thanks for having me.
We are glad to have you here. Where are you at this evening?
We are here at Monroe County Election Party HQ.
Hey, hello, Monroe County. Welcome. What are you looking at from the Bloomington area perspective here, Zach? Obviously, we talked about the 9th district congressional race. That one is still kind of close. At this point, I'm still seeing NBC News with about 44% in, and Brad Meyer leading Tim Peck by about 6 points there. Tracy tells me she has to go, at least temporarily. We hope you can come back later. Tracy Carson. Tracy, hey, before you do, if we don't get a chance to talk to you again tonight, where can the folks find you there on YouTube?
Oh, I'll be back. I just gotta go take my insulin. But in the meantime, you can always find me at YouTube, Tracy Media 74. We are 86 subscribers away from 500. Please subscribe. Even if you don't watch, subscribe anyway. I promise. I normally talk national politics, but I bring Scott on occasionally to just get me back close to Indiana. As I stated before, from now on, I'm going to call every politician I dislike. I'm just now referring to them because I saw the Michael biopic. I'm referring to them as Joe Jacks. So that's just official. That's the way I will refer to them. But I do a lot of things. I do a lot of silly shows, but I do primarily interview third-party candidates. That's my primary thing, but I do local sometimes, and Scott is always good enough to come on with me. But yes, I will be back. I just got to take my medicine now. So,
all right, Tracy, thank you. We will see you back here shortly. All right, folks. Tracy Carson. Now, Zach, sorry. Back to you. And I wanted to look at the Monroe County, the Bloomington of it all here, as I am holed up in my room and don't get to be all out with you folks in the real world there at the Monroe County Democrats watch party there. Now, like I said, we were talking about the congressional race. What else are you watching? Do we know what is going on in the commissioner's race here in Monroe County at this point?
We do. Trent Deckard currently has the lead, but it's not a wide spread yet. But Trent has consistently had the lead since early on so far with the votes that have been tabulated. And we also have seen a lot of the delegate counts come in. So it's basically the bottom 2 or bottom 3 are kicked out, and then the rest get elected for the 4 districts, of which I'm on the ballot for 1. And we've got Michelle Higgs and Ashley Kerberg. We've got other people running for delegate in other nearby counties. So we're tracking that. But yeah, for Trent Decker, David Henry, it's been Trent steadily ahead. We also know that Matt Pierce is currently leading against primary challenger Liliana by a fair margin as well, which is what people anticipated. There was a lot of weight from the party that went behind making sure Matt won his primary. We also, big picture in the Indiana Rural Summit, there are as people remember, the big redistricting fight. And we have a number of Trump-backed candidates running against incumbent state senators. And the first one of those races was called District, I believe it's 19. The Trump-backed candidate won.
Oh, crap. Hey, actually, while you just said that, Zach, and we've been following that when we had that on here earlier tonight. Yes, Blake Feichter over Travis Holdman in the 19th, another MAGA candidate. Also, where did that one go? Sorry. Well, we were watching the Jim Buck in District 21. Another incumbent who did not vote for redistricting went down at the hands of Travis Powell. We are looking at Jeff Ellington in District 39 in an open seat. He's the Trump-endorsed candidate. He is running about 20 points ahead of his next best competitor there. So the MAGA folks seem to be winning. We do have Greg Good in District 38. The more moderate Republican did win his race. Just as we were speaking in District 41, Greg Walker, the incumbent who voted against redistricting, will lose to MAGA Michelle Davis by a little less than 10 points there. So the far-right MAGA candidates are winning. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm looking up at District 1 as well in the Senate, incumbent Dan Durnolt. Currently, now this is about 35% in, is losing to Tanner DeVries, or I don't know, maybe it's DeVries. You can, sorry? Trevor, sorry. Trevor DeVries up in District 1 is leading the incumbent Durnolt by about 50 points with 35% of the vote in. So the MAGA candidates are running away with that. Linda Rogers up in District 11 also losing currently by a little more than 7 points. There's not been a call in that race yet. Over in District 23, very early, I'm seeing like less than 100 votes in either way in favor of either of those candidates. So that doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot of anything. But right now, it is a bad night to be an incumbent Republican senator in Indiana if you voted against redistricting. But you know what? We talked about District 21 and Jim Buck going down at the hands of Tracy Powell, the Trump-endorsed candidate there. Well, they may be finding themselves with a handful of Kirsten Root come November. Kirsten, welcome.
Hello, thank you. They sure will have their hands full, won't they?
Kirsten, I have not seen we've been paying so much attention to those contentious Republican primaries in the state Senate. Have we seen results from your race yet?
Yes, we sure. Well, it's not officially called yet, but right now I'm at 86% with 95% reporting.
Well, let's go ahead and say that sounds pretty safe. Kirsten, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Congrats.
Yeah, I feel like
it's a good day to be a progressive here. I hate that for the other ticket, but I think Jim Buck and I are going to be working pretty closely together for this next chapter, which is not something I ever expected to say in my life, but we both agree that Tracy Powell is everything wrong for Indiana, so we'll be collaborating for the next several months.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's good. It's good to see. Listen, I'm going to let you talk for a little bit. There's a lot going on. Obviously, your race, the Republican side in Senate 21. We need to talk about District 5 on the Democratic side there. I've seen conflicting reports as to whether there's been a call yet. NBC hasn't called that yet, but other folks apparently have. In the 5th district on the Democratic side, State Senator J.D. Ford with a commanding lead in that race. So I'd like your thoughts on that as well. I'm going to let you talk to Derek, Brianna, and Zach here while I take a short break. And Kelly, there's Kelly too. We'll let Kelly talk to you guys as well. I'm going to drop off for just.
Can't hear you.
And he is gone.
And we will be back later.
His microphone tends to do that.
It's okay. Kirsten, take it away. What are your thoughts?
Is that my sound?
And those are some great thoughts.
I know. Please hold. I think my sound is
well, as we are holding, 4th district, congressional district, Republican race has been called for Jim Baird. No surprise there. Also, that's all I got right now.
Huh.
Well, I'm looking at the Sparts race right now, and that one's actually is pretty close. Victoria Sparts is leading, but it's 41% counted so far, and she's only at 58%, whereas S. King is at 41. So I'm kind of surprised that it's that close with all the MAGA people winning, personally.
Yeah, my understanding was she was getting backing from the national level as well, that they wanted her to retain her seats on the primary side. So it started at a very widespread, and now it's slowly and considerably closing.
Yeah, it truly is. The other one that I was watching is Jefferson Shreve's race is a lot closer than it has probably than it was the last time, I believe. It's got 60 per reporting, and he is leading, but only with 53% of the votes, whereas S. Brown is at 46%. So I bet he is having a nail biter of an evening.
Well, on that one, he is barely winning Bartholomew. Let me see. Marion County, 400 votes in Marion County. Johnson County is not reporting yet, so we really can't call anything until Johnson County, Marion County, and Bartholomew, and Hancock all come in.
I will say, on the side of Greg Walker getting knocked out, that although, party politics aside, he was one of the more decent human beings that worked on some of the issues and was willing to listen to opposing viewpoints more. But on our side, we've got the Bartholomew County Party Chair, Ross Thomas, ready to go against the Trump-backed candidate. So that should be a race to watch. Ross is organized and raring to go.
Great. Welcome back, Kirsten. Can you hear us? Oh, that's not a good sign. Oh. Well.
Yeah, we can expect that tonight.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I was going to jump in with a couple from up here. It's more of our house races.
Go right ahead.
Craig Snow won his primary. And then Tony Isa, who was challenged pretty heavily up in Steuben County, has been declared the winner against Teresa Steele. And it's been interesting dynamics because we've had Trump-backed candidates versus some Jim Banks type-backed candidates. So to see them kind of backing different candidates and having a different crew.
Did you say that Jim Banks supported a different candidate than Trump?
She said Jim Banks type.
Oh, type.
His
Sorry.
crew. So like his campaign manager was Teresa Steele's campaign manager. Some things like that. So it's just there's some splitting definitely noticed there. My county is just south of Steuben County, and we have 2 different Republican parties here as well. So there's definitely a split.
Ooh, that one's actually close. House District 28, Jeffrey Thompson against Sheila Zielinski. The Republican side is 400 votes in between them. Thompson is longtime sitting Republican in that seat.
The incumbent.
And Sheila's not a terrible candidate.
I just want to point out how many Democratic state delegate districts have people that you actually had to vote for on the ballot. Like most of the time, the delegates are just appointed because like there's not enough people running and they're like, you win. That's what happened when I was a delegate. But I'm like still scrolling through just all of these state delegate districts that just have just gobs of people on them. It's great. It's wonderful.
I mean, when Morgan County has contested delegates, you know something's turning.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
my county as well. We had 15 running for 9 spots here, so I think that was something we saw, consistently across the state.
Yeah, I'm looking at all of the different districts, and like I don't think there's so many. Oh my goodness.
If you happen to see how I did, I would love to know.
Oh, okay. I can look at that. Hold on.
I wonder if I won my race.
Control find.
Oh no, shocker. Bo Baird is beating Clint Cooper. At least in Putnam County. Montgomery County has not turned in their ballots yet.
Does this not have all of it? How did I get to the Republican Party? Okay, I don't know. I've like somehow ended up on the Republican Party page.
I knew it, you traitor.
Well, I was searching and it's like
my backside.
Well, I'm like trying to find. I was like, is your legal name Derek? First name?
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I did want to point out in the Greg Good race that even if you combine the 2 Wilsons votes, it's still not enough, to beat Greg Good. So all of that, is over on the ballot. It didn't make a difference either way.
Ooh, look here for states.
So we've got a little bit of an update in State Senate District 23. That's another one of these Republican primaries where you've got the incumbent being challenged by a far-right MAGA challenger. And at this time, and it is still kind of early, but the challenger, Paula Copenhaver, is leading incumbent Spencer Deary there in District 23. So, yeah. And now at this point up in District 11, the incumbent Linda Rogers is down by more than 11 points to the MAGA challenger, Dr. Brian Schmutzler there. And down in District 39, that's an open seat, but the Trump folks are involved when their endorsed candidate, former state rep Jeff Ellington, is running about 14 points ahead of his nearest challenger in a 3-way race with 83% in. It looks like he's going to win. So at this time, it looks like about like 7 of the 8 races in on the state Republican Senate side will go to the far right candidate. I guess
that's terrifying.
It is terrifying, yes, but Tracy, welcome back. Do you think if the far right MAGA Trump endorsed candidates win all these state Senate primaries, does that provide an opening for Democrats to actually take some of these seats?
No, I don't. I think, and again, I'm gonna have to dip off again because I took my insulin, but now I gotta eat. So I'm going back and forth, but I'll make this quick. I would love the Democratic Party to try. This is where I always criticize Democrats, and I'm going to continue to, and this is why I vote independent. It's as though Democrats statewide are like, it's a race out there? What? What are we going to do? We don't know what to do. We just can't do anything. I would at least try. At least make an effort. At least do something. At least, get in the rural communities. Send out canvas workers. Raise some money. Do something. It irks me to know that I think that with these far-right candidates winning, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to redistrict again. I really wouldn't. I don't want them to win the majority. I really don't. But I can't see to me, the Democrats are going to have to prove that they want to win before I'm confident in saying, it could just lead. It could. And I could hit the lottery for $5 billion. I mean, I could. But the chances of it actually happening, I just don't see it.
I will say, Tracy, God, don't make me defend Indiana Democrats. No, the party itself, the establishment, the leaders of the party, not great. But there are a lot of good candidates out there doing the work. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to really talk to Kirsten Root. We were having some technical difficulties, but she is one of those candidates. She is an unapologetic progressive, and she's going to be taking on one of those far right MAGA candidates that just knocked off the incumbent here in November. I think she's got a real chance. That is an area that's Westfield and Sheridan, Hamilton County is turning. Kokomo, there is a strong working class base there. I think she has a real shot for one. And there may be others. We'll keep an eye on a lot of these races as the year goes on. But I think in many places, especially if you look at the war in Iran, the affordability crisis, gas being $5, diesel being $6 a gallon, real Hoosiers are being hurt. Sometimes it takes the thing really hitting you in your own personal life to make folks change. We can say, that's selfish, what took you so long, but it is what it is. Maybe that's what's finally going to flip some people over come November. I do feel a groundswell building.
Like I said, I want to agree with you so badly, but I guess I'm just so used to the establishment and their, you don't know, it's an election, we'll just work across the bipartisan line. That phrase, anybody say it, I promise, I will call each and every one of you Joe Jackson. I promise. I cannot stand that. We'll work across party lines. I'm going to be as vulgar as I can. Bump party lines. Let's work to get Medicare for all in Indiana. Let's work to get our surplus used to span the food desert gap in this state. For crying out loud, let's get Governor Brom out the dang on governor seat. I mean, as much as an independent as I am, it's a big part of me that wants to see the Democratic Party be the opposition party. I just don't see it because all I hear is work across party lines, hold press conferences, da-da-da. Do you knock on doors? Do you run commercials? What is it that they're doing? So yes, Scott, you're way more hopeful than I am because I'm like, what y'all doing? And as an independent, I will keep asking if they do win the state house and they do take over, what is it that they plan to do? I haven't heard any of those type of plans. If you want people to vote for you and say, Democrats need to take control because we'll do this, and this, I haven't heard it. So again, I want to agree with you. I just haven't seen it. And maybe because I pay more attention to national politics because I interview third-party candidates nationally. But I want to, as much as I dog the Democratic Party out, and I can do it better than anybody else. I'm really good at dogging them out. There's a part of me that wants them to step their entire game up and be that opposition party. Just do something. If that's the advice I can give to the Democratic Party, and trust me, I want a third party candidate to come in here and just clean house. That's what I want.
Well, I would say check out some of our interviews that we've done with some of the Democrats that are winning, like Kirsten, because they've said those things on our shows. So the information's out there. You just got to go listen to it.
Like I said, I agree, but I guess because all I'm hearing is work across party lines, and we just have to get the message out to people. Have you sent people to canvas workers? Have you ever heard of a commercial? Do you know what a newspaper ad is? If I know these things, they should know it.
But one thing that you do have to think about, though, is most of the candidates who are trying to make the change in Indiana are grassroots. Yep. They do not yet have the money to take those ads out.
Yeah, that's
not all of them can be an Andre Carson.
That is true. That is absolutely true. And that's another thing that the Democratic Party could do. I'm like, have you ever heard of house parties? Have you ever heard of, it's like, and I just assumed that Indiana Democrats would get support from the National Democratic Party. I did not know that was not happening. I'm like, if I was
ran for Congress and did not get any support. So
if I were a Democratic person in Indiana running for office and I'm not getting support from National Democrats, what am I there for? What are you doing?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the DNC, the National Democrats, really they have largely taken this approach where they only focus on the swing states, and you don't make new swing states by doing that. I know, Tracy, you said you had to dip off again for a second and grab a bite, so I'll let you do that. Let's go back through and sort of check in on. So we haven't really gotten down into a lot of the state house races. Thank you, Tracy. So we'll see Tracy Carson here again a little bit more tonight.
Real fast,
yes,
Scott. Sir. We have a call through a lot of reporting. Drew Cox looks like he is taking the 4th congressional district for the Democratic side.
Yes, I've not seen the call on my end, but Simon says that the 4th has been called. That is
everywhere that I'm looking, same thing.
Very good. Yeah, 93% reporting there. Cox with 30% in a 6-way race. We've had Drew Cox on the show. We like Drew Cox a lot. Hopefully we can get him in here and hear from him. We'd like to. But
hey, Scott. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know we keep cutting in.
No, please.
I was looking on local reporting for up in the Lafayette area. And according to their reporting, they're showing that Deary is ahead by with a little over 61% of the vote there. A portion is in, but that's district-wide. And also is on Senate District 22 with Alton, which shows that he is ahead right now with a little over 7% of the vote.
Okay, so a little bit of technical lag there from Kelly, but I think I heard that Deary and Alting in the Lafayette area are leading their races. We will keep an eye on those. Jennifer, welcome back. Glad to have you on the show. We're going to come back with you and check in on the 9th shortly, but I do have another guest there joining us here. There is State House District, John, 33?
You got it, 33. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, State House District 33 candidate John Bartlett. John, welcome.
I'm driving home from the Delaware County party. Delaware County really came out for the Democrats. I was really happy with what happened. More Democrat ballots were cast than Republican ballots. That's the first time since 2018 that more Democrat ballots were cast in Delaware County. Blackford County, a lot of the contested incumbents on the Republican side, like all of them were defeated. So there weren't all of the races that were contested, but all the ones that were contested were defeated. If you haven't seen up in District 19 in the Senate, Travis Holdman, who was the author of that horrific property tax bill, went down to his Trump-backed opponent, Blake.
Blake Fichter, yes.
Yeah, he went down. So it was 60-40 across the board, pretty much 60-40 in Blackford County and in Jay County. But for my race, the big thing I'm feeling really good about is that J.D. Prescott, the guy I'm running against, he had significant undervotes in every county, including his home county. There were like 2,870 Republican ballots cast, and there was like 950 undervote for him. So, I mean, when you have a third undervote, you've got some problems, I think. So
that means the people don't like you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I'm optimistic about this race. I feel pretty confident that with the union school issue and just the general other stuff that's been going on, I feel good and confident that we'll be able to pick up some votes there. Another one that in Randolph County. So Andrew Dale is the Senate candidate running against Scott Alexander in District 26, and Scott Alexander had an opponent in the primary, not a Trump-backed opponent. Scott was the Trump-backed opponent, but she ran against him last time and lost like 85-15. She took a bite out of him in Randolph County. It was 60-40 this time. So Randolph County is not happy with their state house representation. So, and that's really good. That's really good for the Democrats.
Well, yeah, it's been an interesting night so far, John. Like you said, we, I don't know how much you've been able to pay attention. You mentioned State Senate District 19 up there, Travis Holdman going down to Blake Fichter. We've been paying attention to 8 of these Republican state Senate primaries so far, and it looks like they're not all called, but at this point, like the far right MAGA Republican is winning the overwhelming majority of the those. And Tracy Carson just had to step out. I asked her opinion on that. Does that mean, do you think, if the far right winds up winning these Republican primaries, does that give Democrats an opening to say, hey, whoa, these guys have gone entirely too far?
I would say yes. I mean, Travis, although I rarely agree with him on his fiscal policy stuff, Travis going down, I don't know. I mean, like, they've talked about the Republicans are still being controlled by the MAGA base. Well, still 40% of the Republicans think that Travis is a good guy, and will they give Timothy Murphy a chance? Well, Timothy Murphy, you want to go after him on religion? I wouldn't do that, seeing as how he's a minister. That's his day job, is being a minister. In fact, he complained about last couple of weekends when he needed to be out campaigning, he had funerals to do. So, how do you go after somebody's religion creds when they're a minister of a church? So, statewide, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting whether those moderates come our way. The people who back the moderate Republicans go our way. It depends upon how crazy the stuff gets for the fall, and how much our electric bills and our keep going up, how much our gasoline keeps going up with our gas tax, and the refusal to give any sort of break on it. I mean, $5 a gallon when I drive from Hartford City to Indianapolis, $5 a gallon for gasoline is a bit high. So I don't know. We'll see. A lot of people Hartford City doctor in Indianapolis now that we've lost our hospital. It's just the way things are going. People are having to travel for everything. So gas prices, lack of health care, property tax. It's ironic that the property tax bills came out like 2 or 3 days prior to the primary. And I'm wondering how much that had to do with the kick out the incumbents in Blackford County. So I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Well, John, you're kind of in and out. I understand how the cell service can be, particularly in some of those rural areas. So I will let you go. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Hope to talk to you in between now and the general for sure. Be safe getting to your destination, though, sir. All right, that's John Bartlett running for House District 33 over there in eastern Indiana, there, Blackford County sort of area. We got several updates here that I wanted to give folks. Thank you for the team who. I'm doing all the yakking, but they're doing a great job keeping me informed in the private chat here. So I want to look at State Senate District 46. Alyssa Impink has a pretty solid lead over friend of the pin, Cliff Marsiglio. Hoping to hear from Alyssa at some point there. We got folks there at her watch party, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to her tonight. A close race still in the Marion County Clerks contest, where incumbent Kate Sweeney Bell does hold a lead of about 50-43 over progressive Carla Lopez Owens. Let's see, Tammy Dixon Tatum there, and that is State Senate Help Me Out District. There we
25.
go. 25. Thank you. Over Todd Shelton is leading pretty significantly there. State Senate districts 29 and 31 on the Democratic side are still up for grabs. 29 particularly tight, with Kristen Moorhead leading that one, and in District 31, Marion County Sheriff Carrie Forrestal is leading there. Still awaiting calls on some of those races. God knows I don't have them. I must be looking in the wrong places.
Forrestal is currently leading by 319 votes.
What percentage is in there, Derek?
39.9 to Catherine Torzywinski at 34.5.
Yes. Okay. So still ways to go there, and
29, Christina Moorhead is at 51.4%, and Demetrius Hicks is at 26%.
All right, excellent. Jennifer is back, and we said hi, and then we've just been wasting you, letting you hang out there on screen without a word to say.
I got some updates
down there in your neck of the woods in the greater Louisville area on the Indiana side of the river there, Jennifer.
Well, one of the big races here in Southern Indiana is the sheriff race, and that comes on the heels of the Jamie Knoll corruption scandal. And unofficially, we have on the Republican ticket, the winner is Kenny Kavanaugh. So he was running against the current sheriff, Scotty Maples, who was a second-hand man for Jamie Knoll. On the Democrat ticket, the winner officially is Tim Derringer. I apologize if I said his name wrong. And he was running against Ed Byers, and who coincidentally, his wife is the mayor of Charlestown. So those are some results I got straight from the party chair because they're not updating on the internet. However, Tim Peck's race, unofficially, we're told that he did win Clark County. However, that is not tallied up in the 9th district results yet, and it looks like there's still about approximately anticipate about 11,000 votes still out there, so that one has not been called yet, unless you got anything new on that race.
I do not. I'm still showing NBC has got 67% of the results in for the 9th district, with Brad Meyer still holding about a 7.5 point lead there, 39.5 to 32%. But hey, we have a guest at this time, and I want to go up to my old stomping grounds there in LaPorte County, where House District 20 candidate Alicia Faranic is joining us now at this time. Alicia, how we doing tonight? How you feeling?
You know, it has been a whirlwind of emotions. I honestly can't contain myself. The experience has been surreal from the start. So I am just happy to be here, and we are still waiting on results in my area. I'm neck and neck with my primary candidate as far as early and absentee voting goes, but they have not released the official tally for today's numbers. So we're just hanging in here with high anxiety and high hopes.
All right, Alicia, I'm going to come right back to you. Jennifer says she has to go to the airport. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate your input from down there by the river. Be safe getting to your destination. Jennifer David joining us from down in Clark County. So, Alicia, back to you. Yeah, I was going to ask if there was any sort of update. I'm looking at the state elections website. I've got a whopping 0 votes in from your district at this point.
Yeah. You know, I guess I'm not the only one that's technologically unsavvy up in this region. So it's been an anticipation waiting game here. And like I said, they released the early numbers and we're neck and neck here in my district. So it's exciting. I'm just happy to be here. I am happy to be part of the courageous crew that stood up when we needed fighters. So all in all, that's a win in itself.
It absolutely is. And, I want to say now, does the lack of results go all the way across the board? I assume that, if the counties aren't reporting, they aren't reporting. And as such, we're not seeing results on the Republican side either. Republican incumbent Jim Pressel there in your district has Trump's endorsement. Is he expected to walk away with his seat intact, at least for now, after tonight?
So the early number results on that side showed him at about a 58 against 40, his Republican challengers. So not as close as the Democratic primary, but it does seem that he might walk away with his name intact still.
And I guess we've been looking at a lot of the Senate races, certainly on the Republican side tonight, and a lot of the far right MAGA Republicans are unseating incumbent, and I use the word moderate really generously here with the incumbent Republicans, but the far right MAGA folks are out there knocking them off. Does this provide an opening? Have they jumped the shark? Have they gone too far for average Hoosiers?
I hope so. I hope that, between now and November, that those districts really collaborate, coordinate, continue to work with each other and with neighboring districts and counties, and figuring out how to reach the people and show the people that we have a big power in our hands to tell them, no, we're not going to let money win at all, and we are going to flip blue. Doesn't matter what you did over there and on that side and how much money you poured into it, because we're ready for integrity, and we're ready for morals, and we're ready for people that are willing to serve people and treat people with humanity and dignity. And that's what I think I brought to this race. And it's been very competitive over here on the Democratic ticket, I think. And it's a good feeling, even if, the numbers don't end up in my favor. It shows that stepping up, it matters, and it gives people hope, and it gives people something to look forward to and something to believe in. And it's time to just keep spreading that and not letting the helplessness overtake us.
Agreed. Let me ask you, obviously you've been busy with your own race. You've certainly probably been putting in a lot of work toward that. Is there anything else going on up there in the 219 that you're paying attention to that maybe some of us folks over here in other parts of the state have overlooked?
No, I think you guys are great. You guys stay on top of everything. Sometimes I have to catch up with federal news from you because it's just too overwhelming to try to pay attention to my state and then my municipalities. I will say, our city is annexing or about to give the approval to annex some farmland and a huge chunk of it. And so beyond those inner struggles up here, we are all just on the same boat as you, just struggling to keep our head above water and to also keep enough sense about us that we can continue to follow all of the, I'm going to call it trauma, because it's pretty traumatic to wake up every single day and there be a new a new challenge, a new thing that we have to raise concern over. And it's that blitz effect of, hit them with so much that we can't even keep up and we give up. And, oh no, my phone is going to die. I'm not even going to get to see my results live. But I did want to jump on here and, get some of these emotions out and just, no matter what happens, we still have, these next 6-7 months to continue to strengthen the Democratic Party and to continue to give people hope. And I'm here for it, win or lose.
Well, Alicia, best of luck to you. Get your phone charged. Maybe after you are announced the winner of this race tonight, you can come back in. We could talk to you again after we find out.
Oh, I would love it. I would love it. I'm going to get this phone on the charger and then I'm going to check back in.
All right. Sounds good. Put a pin in that. Alicia Faranic, thanks for joining us here tonight.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
All right. That was Alicia.
Nice cheap plug, Scott. Nice.
Thank you. Listen, I do what I can there, Derek. Tracy's back. Tracy Carson, welcome back to the show. So I guess let me quit yakking for the moment. Kelly, I have not heard from you in a while. What is going on up in your neck of the woods, or what else do you have your eye on that we should be paying attention to? Nope. All right. Technical difficulties there from Kelly DeLong. We'll hopefully get that squared away really quick. Derek, do you have any updates in things you are paying attention to?
I have a few.
All right.
In Indiana House 29, Devin Wellington and Kumba Kebe. Devin Wellington is winning by 62 votes. And that
like
is
not 62%, 62 votes?
62 votes. Wow. That is Noblesville and the surrounding area to Noblesville. On the... Let's see, what else have I piled up for? Cindy Worth has been called for the 6th district by leading 9,000 votes over Corey Amex. So that's what we call a shellacking. Let's see.
I was very surprised by that one, Derek. That race
for it to be
a lot
that
closer.
Much of a lead, that is surprising. I thought it would be closer. That I could not tell you why that was. Maybe because Cindy has, been in it for 6 years. She has the name recognition. Let's see. Indiana State Senate Republican side, District 31. Juanita Albright is leading Tiffany Dittelvisen.
That's Tiffany Ditlevson. Yeah, Tiffany is a far right Micah Beckwith ally. She was part of that Moms for Liberty group up there in Hamilton County a couple years ago.
Well, Juanita is leading by 38.3% to 24.7%. A interesting side note in that race is coming in 4th right now, 17.9%, is Jan Kiefer, who, for my fellow Lawrence North alumni, will recognize the last name Kiefer, as in she is the wife of the former head coach of the basketball team that led the Wildcats to the state championships. Go Cats, go!
I was not aware of that. Interesting. And then do we know what's going on the Democratic side there in terms of numbers there, Derek? I think I had seen that Marion County Sheriff Carrie Forrestal was leading, and I think you mentioned that Catherine Torshevsky, the probably progressive in that race, was running second. This race made news recently because one of the candidates in there on the Democratic side, Andrew Desalon, was recently arrested for possession of cocaine while he was out canvassing in Fishers.
And by the way, he has 636 votes, so people really don't care about that, I guess. Let's see. Carrie Forrestal is right now sitting at 29.9%, and Catherine Torzowinski is at 34.5%. Right now, Forrestal is leading by 300 and quick math, 18 votes.
All right. Very good. Thank you for the update. Kelly DeLong is back. Kelly, how's that rural internet treating you?
It's rough out here.
Anyone that says that broadband is not needed.
Kelly, I will let you talk about what races you're paying attention to for the next couple of minutes while I drop off the screen and shove a piece of pizza in my face. Daddy needs some sustenance. Take it away.
Okay, well, first I have breaking news in our local elections. In my uncontested trustee township board race, I won. Yay! And then it did not win my state delegate race, so I will not be there to support Blythe unless I get an alternative position. But updating our local results, it looks like Liz Brown is losing her headway little by little. So right now she's only up by 102 votes with 27% of the precincts reporting. So that's getting to be a tighter and tighter race there against Aaron Vogt. It's been a back and forth. It looks like about the same split on the Democratic side as it was earlier between Julie McGill and Chloe Andis, with Julie being up by about 60% of the votes with 40% in. So we'll see what's going on there. Do we have any update on? I know we haven't talked about Natasha Baker's race, and it looks like she is up against Marlena Edmondson. Almost 67% of the vote there. Still shows Alting as ahead on his against Richard Bagsby. Paula Copenhaver still up against now it shows her ahead of Deary on their local reporting. It shows Paula now has 55% of the vote. So it looks like that might be a back and forth one we have to keep our eye on for sure, and see how that turns out. Another one is the State House race with Sharon White. I know you guys just had her on recently on Penn. It hasn't been called yet, and there's about 38% of the vote in, but she has over 81% of the turnout. So I would say it's pretty safe that she's got that one. On the Republican side of that, Marty Carball, the incumbent, again, with about 29% of his vote in, he has about 74% of the votes. I would say he's likely has his. It's just not officially called yet. And then still keeping an eye on State Senate 17, and that's Huntington, Wabash, Grant counties. Nick McKinley was recently caucused in, and it looks like he's behind by just over 500 or so votes. And they have 73% reporting right now. So he might be another one that is out. It's been quite interesting tonight with all of these contested primary races.
Can I jump in with the congressional races?
Yeah, we have an update on them.
Yeah, so CD1 has been called for Franco Mervan, 83.6%. That's just with 32% reporting. CD2 has been called for Jamie DeCio, 68.7%. Voting, 71% estimated reporting. CD5 has been called for JD Ford, 42% of the poll with 79% reporting. CD6 has been called for Cynthia Worth with 59.5%. CD7 has been called for Andre Carson with 63.5%. CD8 has been called for Mary Allen with 68.4%. CD9 has yet to be called, and that is because we are missing Brown County, Dearborn County, Scott County, and Clark County. So once those come in, we'll have better numbers. But we have 76% reporting so far. Brad Meyer is in the lead, 39%. Tim Peck, 32%. So
yeah, and Jennifer was just in here and said that Tim Peck had got Clark County, but it wasn't officially tallied in yet. So that'll definitely be another close one to.
Yeah, we'll find out when it's. I don't know if most of these results are coming in uncertified, and I don't know if they have to certify them before they can call the race. But I have a lot of
interesting dynamic there, Simon, with Meyer leading Peck at this point, but it sounds like Clark will have a big batch of votes coming in, and that is Peck territory.
Yeah, and there's 4 counties left. There's Brown, Dearborn, Scott, and Clark still to report. So, whether that makes a difference, I don't know.
They just called Senate District 11 for Brian Schmutzler over Linda Rogers.
They've also called Senate District 1 for Trevor DeVries, so that is another Republican incumbent gone down. Durnall got down, Rogers down, Holdman down, Buck down, Greg Walker down, only Greg Good stands. Spencer Deary is holding on for Deary life. Oh, brutal.
It's been back and forth every time I check it.
Hey, let's invite a friend. We've got State House District 13 socialist candidate Ben Davis joining the show. Ben, what does the view look like from outside this Republican Democratic primary mess?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to kind of watch everything. My particular race, right? There's an incumbent Republican who is unopposed. There are a couple of Democrats running in my district as well in a primary. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a 3-way race here pretty soon. Been busy, going door to door, getting my signatures right, and getting pretty close to actually getting on the ballot in November. So. Really excited to see what the Socialist Party of Indiana can do in a rural area of Indiana. But as far as watching everything else, right? I know Jackson Franklin was a Democratic Socialist candidate for District 5. Unfortunately, it looks like he's going to lose his race. However, my friend Drew Cox in District 4, it's been great to kind of follow him from the beginnings. I went to a parade with him in Zionsville early on, like 7-8 months ago. I was kind of the only one there with him, and to kind of see him, work his way through to get to this point is amazing. So glad to see that he's looking to be pretty close, if not going to make it for District 4. And then the only other thing I'll say is I'm going to be so glad to see the Copenhagen and Deary ads get off of every single YouTube video I watch. It's so annoying seeing this Republican, you're horrible pictures of with AOC and oh God, these are horrible. So I'm so glad that this primary is over, so I don't have to look at that crap anymore.
Very good. So I guess what else strikes or stands out to you in these? Well, I've been asking some of the folks, particularly the Democrats that we've spoken to tonight. We've seen in these Republican state Senate races, like the Deary Copenhagen race you just mentioned, that the far right MAGA Republicans are winning all of them. Does that what does that signal to you? Is that indicative of a larger trend in Indiana politics? Is that just a handful of weirdo Republican primary voters? Does that open up things for Democrats or the left at large to swoop in and say, hey, wow, man, these guys have really jumped the shark?
I guess a couple of hot takes for me would be one, as far as money in politics goes, right? I mean, there's so much money coming into the state for these races. The Deary Copenhagen race was something like more than, I can't remember the dollars per voter or whatever. It's just ridiculous to see that kind of stuff happen. So money in politics, of course, to me is gross, and I don't want to see that, but it's seemingly having some effect. So I got to take that into account. What else was I going to say about that? I'm not sure. I can't remember my other point I was thinking of. I'll think of it here in a minute. Hot takes.
Listen, I think we have too much of in our political culture in this country are hot takes, and I, for one, appreciate that you're like, I'd like to actually sit down and think about these and take my time to like compose a thought instead of I'm gonna bullshit through this right now. Tracy, haven't heard from you in a little bit. Welcome back. What are your thoughts? What's going on in your neck of the woods? If you're able to like check results, or just what are your kind of overall impressions of the night? Here we are, 2 hours after the polls have closed statewide, 3 hours after they've closed in the majority of the state.
It's a couple of things that have surprised me. I had put in the private chat about wait a minute, I just had it. District 29. I thought that David Green had it. I was like, okay, I can't see anybody stopping him. Well, I forgot there's another candidate named Christina Moorhead who actually won the race. She hadn't made any inreach as far as I could tell in the Black community. So I didn't factor her in, and she's winning pretty handily. And that one is kind of shocking. I'm like, okay.
Let me ask you about that, Tracy. For the record, Pastor Green, I'm a big fan. Love Pastor Green. Progressive Indiana Network does distribute the Concerned Clergy podcast every Thursday morning with Pastor Green and Reverend Tony Alexander. Love those guys. But do you think that Pastor Green and Demetrius Hicks maybe split the Black vote there? Do you think that's what's going on?
Well, that thought had crossed my mind, because I also thought, well, I'm like, it's going to be a close race. I literally thought Pastor Green, Demetrius, it would be between one of those two. And you hit the nail on the head that they split the vote, which is unfortunate, because I literally thought, well, it's Pastor Green's. It's his to lose him. Well, I was wrong again. I'm surprised at the voter turnout. For some reason, I thought it was going to be lower, but I'm hearing reports that the voter turnout is actually higher, which is good. We want more people to participate, because I thought, oh, well, this is a primary and people don't come out during the primary votes, and people are literally surprising me, which is a good thing. But I wonder again, what now? Because we have what I call now, it's time for the big show to start. What happens if Democrats win the Indiana House? How hard will they make it? How hard can they make it? How hard should they make it? Should they have I'm hoping they have a platform. I don't visit the Indiana Democratic Party's website enough to know, because again, I'm independent, so the chances of me actually visiting are very, very slim. But I'm wondering, even if the Democrats don't win, what will their response be? Can they be that opposite party? Can they be the party that gives the people the voice? Will they reach out in the community? Will they do the grassroots type of thing, or will they continue with this top-down type of leadership that they have that clearly has not worked. It just makes me wonder. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to do, even though, yes, I begrudgingly voted in the primary. I had went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth because, again, last presidential election, I did not vote for Harris. I wasn't going to vote for Harris. I wasn't going to vote for Trump. So I did write-in. And I mean, I went right in from everybody except for Dr. Valerie McCray. That's literally the only Democrat that I voted for the last time. One. Can the Democrats make that too? Can the Democratic Party make me say, hey, I'm going to vote for these two Democrats? And I'm talking about the congressional race, because again, I get into national politics. If they get enough motion and start winning races in the congressional level, will they then turn around and actually impeach this incompetent, delusional, narcissist, manipulative president? What are they going to do if they get in power? Are they going to just, again, go with top down, or are they going to actually listen to people? And one more thing. I don't know who's a Democrat on here, who's not, but those who are, will you all tell your party to stop taking AIPAC money? Just, like, for real. I mean, come on, for real. The Democratic Party. Yes, I'm going to go off on the Democratic Party again because that's what I do best. The people who are Democrats don't want you to take AIPAC money. They're saying, no, this is a bad thing. But no, what do? We're going to keep taking it. Do you not listen to your... It's obvious you don't listen to your own base. You obviously don't, because they're telling you one thing, you're doing the exact opposite. Listen to your base. That's the one thing that I will credit Trump with. I don't credit him with a lot, but he does listen. He may not do a lot about it, but he does listen to his base. Democrats are just like, oh, well, they said they didn't want AIPAC money, so let's take AIPAC money. What? You kidding me? Sorry, I just had to go on that tangent. I'm like,
Tracy, you're 100% right. Listen, you're in the right place. I mean, we certainly here have been saying that thing again and again and again, that the Democratic leadership is not paying attention to their base, which is us, on AIPAC, among other issues about just money in politics in general. The platform to that point will be decided at the convention in June. The delegates, to which are being chosen today. And on the Trump point, and you do make a good one. If there is nothing else that we cannot, or that we can take away from the Trump era, is that we shouldn't be afraid to go big. And Democrats have spent far too much time going small, trying to play toward the middle, playing, oh, well, we're just not this other thing. We don't actually stand for anything. Trump, he stands for stuff. None of it's any good, but you can't accuse him of, being mealy mouthed. Like, they go all out. And I think to counterbalance that going forward and into the future, that we on the left can't be afraid to go big. Let me come back to Derek. What are you watching, Derek? I've seen a couple things. So you mentioned State House District 29 on the Democratic side, Kumbakebe and Devin Wellington. I think we like them both. Really close race. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. That one might go late into the night. Up in House District 48, perhaps a surprise in that Emily Yaw appears to be leading Carl Stutzman. Stutzman definitely appeared to be the more polished and organized candidate there. No call yet. Is that right, Kelly?
Yeah, correct. There's
Kelly,
no call yet. I'm not sure. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no, not again.
No, there was just a little delay.
I'm not sure what percentage of vote is in. But yeah, it looks like Emily's ahead by about 115 or so votes.
All right, interesting. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's look at a couple other of the state house races, and I'm looking at the official Indiana Election Division website here, which gives an overall number of precincts reporting, but does a hell of a bad job telling you which what the number of what the percentage is in each given race. But in Ben, your district there, District 13, Brenna Geswine is leading by nearly 50 points over Ed Moyer Jr. On the Democratic side. We've got still no results from State House District 20. Alicia Faranic joined us a little earlier tonight.
Hey, Scott, real quick.
Yes.
If we can get a congressional victor in here, Dr. Worth is on the air.
Absolutely. Yes. House District, Congressional District 6, Democratic nominee. It's official. Dr. Cindy Worth. Dr. Worth, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This was a hard-fought primary victory, and my team of volunteers was just incredible. So I have them to thank for all the hard work and all of the teamwork that we put in together.
Dr. Worth, I think it surprised a lot of us here how handily you won this race. It seemed a lot closer. It got a little bit testy there toward the end in terms of just the tone of the race. What do you ascribe to your dominant victory there?
I have put 2 cycles of work into this race in all 11 counties, and I think we saw that tonight. We saw the work that I have put in 2022, the work that I continued in 2024, and the work that I continued in 2025 and this year. And I think it just comes down to that. My team ran an extremely clean race. We didn't get into any of the stuff that was going on. We stayed focused on our message and what our positive impacts would be when I'm elected to Congress, and I think that was the difference.
Derek, do you want to ask Dr. Worth some questions here?
I mean, first of all, I want to say congratulations. No one is surprised I will say that on this channel whatsoever. I mean, almost 10,000 votes over Mr. Amex. I mean, congratulations. I don't know what to say. I'm just totally stoked to see you carry on to the 6th. I ran alongside you 2 years ago, and I know you will be a great candidate once again for the 6th district.
It was a different race this time for sure. I didn't have a primary opponent in 2024 with an open seat. So I think when people realize that I have been out here doing this work against Greg Pence in 2022 when no one else would run, in 2024 when no one else would run, I do think that was a big difference. You know, I take this seriously. It's not just a one and done. I'm in it for the long haul. I'm not new to this race, but I am true to this race. And that was said actually by a candidate in Monroe County. And I fully believe that as well. I think sometimes that's what it takes. You just got to stick with it.
And according to my sources, they are calling Shreve as your opponent. He is currently leading 53% to 47%. It is not a strong victory at all for Representative Shreve. Only by less than 3,000 votes.
I do think that people all across the 6th district, whether they are independents, Democrats, or Republicans, are looking for meaningful change in whatever way that they think they can find change. I think I was the candidate in the Democrat Party that offered the most hope for changing people's lives. And so I think we're seeing that on the other side too. So we'll see how the race is finalized and turns out on the other side, and who that opponent will be.
That sounds great. You know what? Enjoy the rest of the night. You deserved it. You fought one heck of a race.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, again, I have to thank my team and all of the volunteers, whether they gave 10 minutes of time or hours and hours and hours of time. All the people who donated. We had so many small dollar donors, and that's what really funded this campaign. And I have to thank everybody who came out and supported me, and everybody who came out to vote, because a lot of people came out specifically to vote for me, and thank you all. So this wasn't just my victory. This was our victory for everybody.
Well, thank you, Dr. Wirth. Get some rest. You've got a long few months ahead of you.
We do, and we are ready. So we'll see you soon.
Talk to you soon, Cindy.
Indeed. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Dr. Cindy Wirth, winner in the Democratic primary in the 6th congressional district. Let's move to the 8th congressional district now. We saw this one was called relatively early. Mary Allen kind of ran away with that thing. As expected, in many ways, she was the establishment favorite there in that race. But let's bring in one of her opponents in the 8th there, Tabitha Ziegler. Tabitha, welcome. Our condolences. Sorry you didn't pull this thing off tonight, but hell of a fight. What are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I'm pretty proud of myself because all things considered, I was the last one to enter the race. I am a single mom with 3 kids with disabilities. I have a disability myself. I ran that campaign, the social media, everything by myself, running with my own money. I didn't even start to make videos of myself until late March or April because that wasn't a skill set that I had. So, yeah, I think all things considered, it went pretty well. I entered the race for disability advocacy, and it seemed from the people that I spoke to that it mattered, and I wanted to bring the working class people back into these races, and that seemed to really resonate with people. And I mean, you see my union shirt, so I left my job to do this. I'm not quite sure what lies ahead for me, but I hope at the very end that I will encourage other working class people to enter these races.
I certainly hope so. Now, this one also, I think in the last several days, we were talking to Dr. Wirth, and her race kind of got testy online, but between the candidates, but maybe more so some of their supporters over the last stretch of the race there. I think your race also kind of got a little bit testy there at the end. Like what now? Is it's time to come together, right? Like Mark Messmer down there, your rep in the 8th, absolutely terrible on all accounts.
Yeah.
What next? How do we come together to knock that guy out?
Well, I will say I don't have any beef with Mary Allen. Christopher Rector and I, we speak. Actually, I would say we're probably friends now. Like, we're really friendly, which was nice because he's run in a different state before, and I've never run, so he helped me out with some things, which was nice of him. I know both of us called Mary Allen's phone number on her website. We weren't able to get anybody, but both of us left her a message and basically just said, hey, you know, congratulations, good run. I left her my cell phone number and said, you know, if there's anything that you need from me in the future, you just call me and let me know.
Very good. So I guess that, along those lines, you know, you said you and Mr. Rector have sort of grown close. Then, you know, the margins suggest that it wouldn't necessarily have mattered if there had only been like one outsider progressive in this race relative to like the establishment favorite. But you know, I guess what can progressives do going forward to maybe coalesce behind one candidate in races like this, so we can present like a unified front before we get to the primary, and like put one person forward to take on that establishment candidate, so as our voices don't get diluted.
Well, first of all, I want to say that we have not had this many candidates run in the Democratic primaries for like 50 years. So that's impressive, right? Like, you got a lot of normal people that rose to the occasion. Like, they rose to the moment. A lot of people were leaving their jobs, or they were running on their own money with absolutely no party support. So in that way, I do think the progressives had a big win, right? I mean, you have a campaign like Jackson Franklin's campaign that they were at it for a while. They got a lot of community support. I mean, even my campaign, I'm just a one-woman show. I'm a perfect example of the lack of childcare in this country and why we need universal childcare. So I showed people that we can do it. I think the progressives, we should help one another, right? Like, I got a phone call from Candy Greer saying, hey, you know, congratulations, you did a good job. I'm really proud of you and think a lot of you. And if you'd be willing to help me on my campaign or come down and speak in the future, I'd love to have you. And that kind of surprised me, because I was like, oh, she said, well, what are your plans now? I was like, well, I don't really have any. But I think it's nice, right? I think that I came across as very authentic. I think a lot of the other progressive candidates came across as very authentic, and that's what people want. Like, that's of the moment. And I think, if anything, the establishment should be terrified of us, because we pushed back, right? You know, like several of us across the state, we all had our own way of doing it, but we were all pushing back, and we weren't just accepting the status quo. The fact that a lot of us even entered the race, especially against all odds, right? Like, that's a win for progressives. And I think moving forward, those of us that have run in these races, we now have to give back. We have to show people what we did, how we were successful, how we weren't. We have to organize better. Like, we have to take over the responsibility of the Democratic Party, essentially, to nourish these new candidates and encourage them to run.
Absolutely. And I think you will see that you may not have won tonight, but your fight will have inspired folks in other races throughout the state, not just in this cycle, but beyond.
Well, I hope so. And that was the goal, right? And so we need more union people. We can't have as much union busting. I want to see a lot more people in t-shirts and jeans and work boots. Like, I'd love to see a whole new generation of Graham Plattners in Indiana. I think we have them here. And hopefully, maybe some of those kids will have watched some of these races. And if we don't get anything else besides some kid in 5 or 6 years that, you know, turns 18 or 20 and decides, hey, they want to run for trustee or they want to run for city council, and they're successful, well, then that means this progressive movement is winning.
Absolutely. 100%. Hey, Speaking of the progressive movement winning, we got another guest, and I'm going to invite somebody else into the show right now. Let's go up to Kelly's area in the Fort Wayne region. House District 81 candidate Sharon White. Sharon got the win tonight. Sharon, congratulations.
Thank you. They still haven't quite called it. We've just got about 50 or 46%. I just looked at the numbers. We've got 46% reporting, but it's looking pretty good. It is 80 to like 18% or something right now. So, I think it's safe to call, but I'm always real nervous about that. So
listen, I might not be the Associated Press, but I feel pretty comfortable calling that race at this point. Sharon, I'm going to let if Kelly's tech is working great, since you all are neighbors, kinda, I'm going to let Kelly lead this questioning. I'm going to drop off for a moment, and I'll be back in about 2.5. Thank you all for watching here on the Progressive Indiana Network with us tonight.
Hey, Kelly.
Is that working?
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Yay.
There we go.
I think I'm delayed.
Just slightly, it seems like.
Very. And it looks like
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It looks
I
like
will have to
Harbaugh's
say this podcast has turned a little with inviting Miss White over. Her and I have a little beef because her ECHL hockey team beat my ECHL hockey team in Kelly Cup playoffs. So I'm not talking to her.
Oh, come on. We're still friends. We're still friends.
Oh no, Kelly. She disappeared. Okay, I guess I will lead this. No, there she comes. Okay. Throw her back in. Kelly.
How are we doing now?
There we go.
That seems better.
I turned it over to you.
So it looks like Marty's going to win his re-election.
It does.
No surprise.
No.
Right?
He's gonna win the primary, to be determined if he wins his re-election.
Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry, his primary. Yeah,
it's okay. It's a long night. It's a long night.
Yeah.
You missed Derek giving me a hard time about our comments up here, Kelly.
I'm sorry. I'm a Fuel fan. I've been a Fuel fan since they came into the league.
I know.
Are you hating on the vomits?
The vomit?
Yes, he is.
Yes, the vomit.
Oh my gosh.
Who knew this became a hockey discussion?
But now Allen County is a little bit slow right now. This is our first year with voting centers, and that does seem to be causing a little bit of a delay. Apparently, they hadn't anticipated how long the vote cards were going to be or something, and so they're having to do some different things in regards to counting. But we did just make a big jump. We just jumped. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to throw in real quick. There was just an update for District 15 with Liz Brown and Darren. There's now a 4-vote difference.
A 4-vote difference? Wow.
Yeah, 4 votes.
That's crazy.
When we say every vote counts, like, this is no joke. This is wild.
This is absolutely wild.
Well, I mean, when you look at every vote counts, look at last year when it came to Indiana House race 25, when Tiffany Stoner only lost by 60 votes. So yes, every vote does matter.
And then there was that race out of North Carolina recently. I think it was in November. I want to say it was in November. It was a special election where it ended up being I think 5 or 10 votes that decided it. I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah. Do you know what turnout has looked like for Allen County yet? Have they said?
They haven't said, but Marlin's, well, I guess Marlin Stutzman would be in more than just Allen County. I mean, it looks like on the Republican side, there were probably at least 6,000 people. Well, more than that, because there's only about, oh, goodness. I've got the numbers pulled up here, too. I mean, I don't think the numbers were terrible. I don't think, so here is what our party chair told me before I left. He said he thinks it'll be probably higher than 13% turnout like we've had in the past, but probably not as high as we would like for it to be. He thinks it's going to be somewhere between 16 and 19% turnout.
Okay. Yeah, I saw in Elkhart County in 22 they had what was it, like 8% turnout, and right now they're at 14% turnout, so they almost doubled theirs.
That is fantastic.
I know 14%
that is absolutely
doesn't sound like a
fantastic.
lot, but that's definitely a huge improvement, so we'll take it. Do you feel like people are more engaged?
Yes, I do. I feel like people are a lot more engaged. I actually took a little tour of the various voting centers in my area and my district. I didn't make it to all of them, but I made it to most of them today, and at least seemed like there was kind of a steady stream. There weren't lines at any of them, but there was at least, it seemed like a steady stream of folks that were coming in and out. So
do people seem to understand the
positive.
vote center?
We did a lot of work up here to help people understand it. There were lots of different town halls about it. They sent out flyers about it. I'm looking forward to hearing what the actual kind of feedback is on them. So like anyone I've talked to has or had a very good experience with going into the vote center, being able to easily vote and then leave. Even someone who had a mail-in ballot, a friend of mine who had a mail-in ballot, she decided kind of in the last week that she would prefer to vote in person. And she walked in, had to invalidate her mail-in ballot, and it still took her less than 10 minutes to do her voting. So that's what we wanted to hear for sure.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. With being at 50% now, that number's looking a lot better than it did. Well, so it looks like right now with about 50. Yeah, I'm still well over 80. And it looks like over 1,000 people so far, and we're only at 50% reporting. So, that means at least a couple thousand people who voted.
Still 0% reporting on the official Indiana Election Division website for that race. I'm glad we're getting accurate information somewhere.
Chicago Tribune puts 922 versus 219. So, yes, I had to reach out to another state to get some Indiana information.
I'm on 21 Alive for ours. Yeah.
Too bad we couldn't have like a good Secretary of State candidate who could.
Right. And I am, I'm also I know for sure that I'm a state delegate, so I will be down at the state convention. I've known that for several weeks because there were only 4 of us in my area.
Oh, Jesus.
I lost.
I also won my delegate race, so I will be a delegate for Blythe.
Yeah.
I have not looked at mine yet. We had about 45 people for 22 spots down here in District 2 in Monroe County. You know what? Hey, we're having a big progressive party here, and I think we're going to have another guest joining us shortly. But while we're waiting on her to come in, Tracy, I wanted to come back to you. We haven't heard from you in a while. We had some interesting calls up in your neck of the woods there. In Senate District 29, we talked about this one. This was Demetrius Hicks, David Green, and Christina Moorhead. Apparently, at this point now, that one has been called for Moorhead. Also in the Indianapolis area in Senate District 46, Alyssa Impink with a pretty convincing victory over Cliff Marsiglio there. And in Anderson and Pendleton, that sort of area, that's Senate District 25, a little bit from you, but still central Indiana. Tammy Dixon Tatum there with the victory. Oh, excuse me. Over Todd Shelton there. So your thoughts on those? We have a couple black women there winning their races, and Alyssa Impink and Tammy Dixon Tatum. And then we talked about that dynamic in Senate District 29 a little bit ago, where potentially Mr. Hicks and Pastor Green sort of split the black vote, allowing Christina Moorhead to win that race. Your thoughts on those races and potentially that dynamic in those races?
I got that election so wrong. I just thought, oh well, it's Pastor Green's. He's active in the community. He did a really good job in reaching out to the Black community, which in Marion County, I think in Marion County is 33% of an African American population. I had never heard of Christina, and that's no offense to her. I just didn't know who she was because she made no inroads, nothing and she won again very handily. I think what's standing out to me is the voter turnout. I did not realize only 20,000 people voted in Marion County. And Marion County almost has 1 million people. Now, I don't know how many of us are registered in Marion County, but we have to start looking at that because I don't like that 20,000 number. It's just too low. We need to engage people to get to the polls more. And I don't know what it's going to take. I know candidates work hard to get their message out there, but it seems like there's a disconnect that I wish I had more time to discuss, because I think that's, we talk about the election, but again, 20,000 people showing up, it almost breaks my heart, because we're going to need quadruple. We're going to need 8 times more than that. Maybe my math is off, but my math is my math. But we're going to need more than that if we plan on defeating the Republican Party in the general. We cannot be, and I'm saying we because now I'm going to hop on the Democrats train, but trust me, I won't be on the train too long. But we've got to do better. We've got to do a better job of getting people to the polls to vote in primaries, because I'm looking at a race that's outside my district. I call her Miss Victoria. That lady had no business getting elected at all. Just none. Just absolutely none. But again, when people don't show up, we tend to get bad candidates. Now, I think in terms of my area town, Andre Carson is I look at his politics and what I believe, he's pretty much in step where I believe it. I just wish that people took voting more seriously, because I think the consequences are, and I know you didn't even ask me about this, but this is where I'm going, so this is where I'm going. The consequences are too dire. Something has to be done where we get more than 20,000 people to show up for not only the primaries, but something has to happen at the Democratic Party level to get people to show up in November when the weather is much worse than it is today. I know in Indiana, we try to cut back the days that we had satellite elections. That may come back if these MAGA people keep winning. And that's what's a concern to me. If they continue to take over the state house, they're going to do something crazy. I can't imagine with Gomer. No, I'm not going to call him Gomer Pyle. I'm going to stop calling him Gomer Pyle. Governor, if he gets more of a control, I don't know what that man is going to do. And Beckwith is just so far out of the. Somebody just needs to talk to that man. He's not well. I don't know what's wrong with him. But my point is this, and I think I'm sounding like a broken record. We've got to do something, and I don't know what it is, or have some type of discussion of how we get people off the couch to the polls. And we have what? June, July, August, September, October. We got 5 months to do it. And I'm not hearing discussions on how to get people off the couch and to the polls, because that's what it's going to take if this party is serious about winning. If it's not, then we're just going to have more Trump MAGA Republicans getting into office, not in Marion County because we're mostly a Democratic county. But there's only really 5 strong Democratic counties in Indiana. There's Lake, there's Allen, there's Vanderburgh, there's Monroe, and there's Marion. That's 5 counties. Indiana has 92 counties. So there's got to be some type of discussion, some type of plan, some type of something to get people off the couch and to the polls. And I'm just going to say you got 5 months to do it. And I don't see any plan. And that's concerning to me.
That is, yeah, it's certainly concerning. Yeah. I want to bring in another guest at this time. Sorry, I'm juggling a lot of stuff right now if I'm a little bit all over the place. But we've got Liliana Young here, whose camera is unfortunately not working at the moment. Liliana, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. Liliana ran for House District 61 down here in Bloomington. Unfortunately, doesn't look like she's going to come away with the win tonight. Incumbent Matt Pierce looks poised to represent Democrats once again down here in Bloomington. But Liliana, number one, congratulations on just doing the damn thing. How do you feel after tonight with it all over?
You know, if I had to make the choice to do it all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat. You know, I did about 90% of this campaign solo. Did it on a shoestring budget, and I did it while fighting a guy with decades worth of money accumulated to fight the entire party backing him, and I still came away with a full third of the vote. I think
I think you went underwater.
So yeah, sorry, no, we lost you. Your audio kind of crapped out. Like Derek said, it sounds like you went underwater there. Why don't you try dropping out of the studio and then popping back in, and we'll see if that can't take care of the problem. So I guess I want to while we get that figured out with Liliana. Go ahead and just drop. Yeah, and then come back in. We will, while we're doing that, let's look at a few other races. I did want to go to Marion County. This is one of those things that we've been looking at with 83% reporting. Incumbent Kate Sweeney Bell is leading for clerk over progressive Carla Lopez Owens there by about 3.5%, 48.8 to 45.2. Bobby Kern, who passed away several weeks ago, polling about 6% of the vote. interesting dynamic there. I want to look at the sheriff's race there in Marion County, if I can find it, where I believe there it is. The sort of establishment favorite, Kelvis Williams, is leading Gregory Patrick there by about 10 points. Only 25% reporting in that race, whereas we've got 83% in the clerk's race. Interesting that one would be so much higher than the other, but alas, so it is. I believe Liliana is back, and Liliana, can we hear you now?
Yeah, I believe I'm having what we on the left call a leftist audio issue. Yes, exactly. But no, to summarize what I was saying, I think everything that I had stacked against me, walking away with a third of the vote, is something I feel personally proud of. And I think this shows how much people really do want to see a change.
So I guess, Liliana, what's next?
Well, for the time being, I'll continue to serve on the Bloomington-Monroe County Human Rights Commission, as I've been doing the last couple of years, and I'll do so proudly. And, there's plenty of other ways I can still serve the people of Bloomington, and I intend to do so. Who knows what that might be? I'll figure that out soon enough, but I will offer a cautionary watch your back to Matt. Who knows? I may do better if next time.
Ben, you are a independent, openly socialist candidate running on the, SPI. Well, hopefully SPI gets a line in November. Liliana tried to do this, through the democratic process. I guess. What do you think is the route you're going the way to do it? Do you recommend that Liliana maybe try running on an SPI line, say, here in 2 years?
I think it would be definitely an option for her. So a couple of the great things that I have so far fallen into with my campaign is, number one, discovering the Socialist Party of Indiana and helping build it. There are so many people that are so interested. We had 4 people from Shama Sawan's campaign fly in from Seattle a couple of weeks ago to help us get signatures, including all the way coming up to Lafayette. To help me get signatures to get on the ballot. So from the SPI standpoint, right, all the people helping there, getting behind me and my campaign and our Secretary of State, as well as Greater Lafayette DSA. I've been involving them. I've been helping them build their electoral muscle. They've not been in electoral work before. I'm their first endorsed candidate. So we've been having great, luck with a bunch of folks from DSA, helping me knock doors over the last few weeks. So what's really great and what's really helping me is I think just getting all the people involved and getting behind me. There'll be a Republican and a Democrat in this race, and there'll be a socialist in this race as well in rural House District 13. So I'm really excited to see in November what we can do. And again, with all of the people behind me, I think that is going to really make the difference, right? If I was doing the solo or just with a couple of people, that would make it really tough, right? But just so many people have just come out to support me, and that's what I want to build, right? This isn't about me. This is about working Hoosiers and showing up for folks in rural Indiana to say that, hey, the supermajority really doesn't have your back. You just shouldn't just vote for a Republican. And like Tracy was saying as well, right? The Democrats really haven't given a good option in the last several years, right? Ed Moyer, who looks like he's going to lose the District 13 Democratic primary as a paper candidate. Brenna Jeswin has stepped up. So looking forward to kind of working with her and befriending her as far as working together, what makes sense. But I really want to show that there are people who care about Hoosiers, who really care about working people, who aren't going to take money and want to have the model where a bunch of volunteers are going to get together. We're going to knock doors. We're going to talk to people and listen to them and represent them. So I'm hoping, we make a big splash. I'd love to win. But if not, I really want to show that, hey, a independent socialist candidate in rural Indiana can make a big impact. And if it's not for this race, we, Greater Lafayette DSA, Socialist Party of Indiana, will have learned so much from running this that will, run other candidates in other parts of the state and this part of the state as well in the upcoming elections in the future. So we've got to start somewhere to build this this movement that so many people are disaffected, right? I've knocked so many doors and I say, I am an independent socialist candidate running for state house. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I have had people that said they were Republicans with shirts that are, have like assault rifles on them sign for me. I had someone sign for me, a couple signed for me yesterday that had never voted before, they said. And they registered to vote and said, hey, we're not left or right. We just want people to represent us. And it's just so great to finally get people, even in a small way, off the couch and eventually to the polls. So.
Very good. Liliana, are you still there? Do you have thoughts to Ben's thoughts?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the project of making a better Indiana, I think there are no bad options, and I'd absolutely be willing to talk with the folks from SPI later. 100%.
Excellent. Well, absolutely. Well, we'd be glad to help, be a conduit to putting you all in touch. And, I personally hope to have either or both potentially Mary Kate Dugan, the chair of the Socialist Party of Indiana, and Harrison Jacobo, the candidate for Secretary of State, on the pod here before, because I know we're coming up on that deadline to get those signatures here relatively quickly. And you know what, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, a socialist or whatever, if you believe in the concept of democracy, you should want to see as many candidates on the ballot line as possible in November, because I think we've talked about this a million times before. If Didn't Vote was a candidate, they would win most races because a lot of folks are just disappointed with the process in general, and they want to see more options. So if nothing else, we want to see that socialist line. We like seeing the libertarian line. We disagree with them on a whole hell of a lot of things, but I'd like to see them there having that option. I wish the Green Party was a thing and we had more of the, we need to break up the two-party system. Like yesterday.
Yeah, I can be completely on board with that.
Yes, excellent. Well, Liliana, I'm sure it has been a hell of a long day. It's been probably a hell of a long several months on this campaign. So we will let you go as we come up on the top of the hour here. We'll do a reset as we come up on 10 o'clock. Liliana, thank you so much for being here tonight. This is not the last we will hear from you. We'll talk to you again.
Looking forward to it.
All right. Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you.
Now, I do have a really quick question. Mr. Davis, have you actually gotten enough signatures to be on the ballot?
I am 3/4 of the way there officially from the state. So I've still got pending stuff that I need to turn in. I'm not 100% there, but it is just a matter of time and getting to those doors and getting it done. So absolutely on track, and totally expect to be on the ballot in November. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. I just didn't know update from that at all. I know we've been in contact a little bit because I've had you on the pod and offered a debate between you and the two Democrat nominees and that fell through. But yeah, best of luck to you. I mean, yeah, we need to break the two-party system very much. We need to go to ranked choice voting ASAP, and maybe if we get, Secretary of State in there that, is pro ranked choice voting, maybe we can get that in. So,
can I ask a question?
Of course.
Okay, so 2 thoughts. Indiana did just recently, Governor Brom did sign a bill banning ranked choice voting in Indiana. It is now banned, so we do have to change that governor's position. But I want to ask a question out of pure ignorance. I did not realize, or I didn't notice, the Secretary of State is going to be not selected by the public. So I'm wondering, how do you sell to the public that they have a voice if because these are just like party chairs during the election of the second Democratic nominee for Secretary of State. Am I right or am I wrong on this?
No, that is kind of wrong, where both parties, Secretary of State is chosen by convention. And it is not party chairs, it's the delegates for each county. Each have a single vote. Each person has a vote for Secretary of State, treasurer, auditor. 2 years ago, it was lieutenant governor and attorney general. So those are caucused or delegate chosen in the state convention.
Yeah, I guess I was asking because
to a popular election,
right.
Like today.
I guess, my point was, and again, I don't know why it wouldn't be in the primary. I don't know why not have that. Maybe I'm just asking a question as a non-Democrat because I don't know this. I don't follow the party to that extent.
Trust me, 90% of us have no flipping clue why.
It doesn't make sense to me because Secretary of State, that's a very important office. That's extremely, especially for third-party candidates. I'm like, for some reason, I don't even know why. I did go vote, but I was like, wait a minute, where's Secretary of State? I didn't realize that both parties did this. So my apologies to the Democratic Party, because I guess the Republicans are doing exactly the same thing, which I guess I just was asking out of pure ignorance. I just didn't know this. I thought, just let the public decide who the nominee is going to be. Because the general public won't be voting at the convention. Now, I know I'm right about that. So you said it's like party delegates, et cetera, and everybody gets a vote. But you have to be a Democrat to vote in that.
In the Democratic.
In that process. Or you have to be Republican to vote for the Republican.
Correct.
That is the stupidest thing.
And you have to be in good standing. If you look at Marion County, dropped, 81 delegates? Clinton County dropped 1. Yeah, so.
Because I've always wondered why Indiana did not always go for like most states where some states select like the governor separate and then the lieutenant governor is separate and whoever wins is whoever wins. I guess that's a question to dive into later. But yeah, Indiana does have a law that bans ranked choice voting because again, Gomer Pyle is out here being Gomer Pyle. No, Gomer Pyle is too smart. I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Gomer Pyle was a Marine. He was too
smart.
I
was gonna say, wait a minute. I can't insult Gomer Pyle like that. I've got to think of something else. But I'll think of something. But this has been, we've got races too close to call, won this by 4 votes. Goes back to my original point. We've got to get people off the couch into the polls.
All right. Damn right we do. Let's reset here. We're just here past 10 o'clock, and want to kind of look at the lay of the land, where we are at this point in the night, and talk about. Let's start up high. Let's go through our congressional districts. We haven't talked about those in a while. On the Democratic side, we are awaiting only one more result. Of the 9 congressional districts in Indiana, 8 have been called on the Democratic side. In District 1, Frank Mervan, the incumbent, wins handily. In District 2, the establishment favorite, Jamie DiCio, wins handily. District 3, Kelly Thompson, unopposed. District 4, it's official. Drew Cox is your winner there. District 5, J.D. Ford wins handily. District 6, Cindy Worth, we heard from her earlier. District 7, Andre Carson, the incumbent, wins handily there. District 8, Mary Allen. We had one of her opponents, Tabitha Ziegler, on here not long ago. We just await the 9th district results, about 86% of those in. Brad Meyer continues to lead Dr. Tim Peck by about 4%. In terms of raw numbers, that is a little over 1,000 votes. Not a whole hell of a lot. So on the Republican side, yeah, Simon, what's up?
So it's been called for Brad Meyer.
Has it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, it has.
I just
So-
saw it.
Yes. Where are we? US 9th. This is with 95%, over 95% reporting. Brad Meyer has 37.8% of the vote. Tim Peck has 33.34. Jim Graham has 17.15, and Kel O'Rourke has 11.71. There's only one county missing, which is Brown County, but there's enough votes in to call the race.
Yeah. Brown County, not a huge population center there. Impressive. Congratulations to Brad. We had we hosted Brad for several town halls here, and that I think this was an unexpected win. The money was on Dr. Peck there. He was the nominee 2 years ago, had a little bit more machinery in place, definitely had more money in place. Meyer ran as the progressive in this race, and we didn't get the result we wanted in the 5th district for sure. This is a big win for Indiana progressives. I do want to look at the Republican side at the congressional level, and up in the 1st district to take on Frank Mervan. He is the most vulnerable of the Democratic congressional incumbents in our state. Carson's district is a lot more safely blue, as it were. Up in the 1st district, the Republican who won that race is Barb Regnitz. She is a Porter County commissioner, will win that race, 3-way race, fairly handily, about 18.5 percentage points over her nearest competitor. Up in District 2, incumbent Rudy Yakum unopposed. Up in District 3, incumbent Marlon Stutzman wins by about 35 points. District 4, we talked about Jim Baird, the incumbent, defeated Craig Haggard by 30 points, which is I thought that race was going to be a lot closer than it is. In District 5, incumbent Victoria Sparks won by about 20 points. In District 6, incumbent Jefferson Shreve with a remarkably narrow victory, only about 6 points over his opponent there.
Which is about
that
2,000 votes.
Yeah, that was Sarah Brown, a mother of 15, a Maha candidate, a homeschooler, and performed very well.
15 children?
I said she has 15 children, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yes. So... Anyway, listen, if they're all over 18, that's half her vote total right there. So Moving on to the 7th district, Representative Carson will have an opponent in the form of Patrick McCauley, who won that race going away 85-15. Mark Messmer down in the 8th, unopposed. Aaron Houchin down here in the 9th, unopposed as well. Moving down to the level of the state Senate. We talked about this. This is the story of the night. This is the one that all of the national news will be talking about. MAGA Republicans, Trump-endorsed candidates will have won damn near every race where they challenged the incumbent state senators who voted against Trump's redistricting scheme in the fall. And that is probably the story of the night here in Indiana. A handful, 6 Republican incumbent state senators going down to their far right opponents. Only Greg Good down there in Senate District 38 will be moving on to the general election in November. Moving down from there to the state house, we haven't paid a whole lot of attention to that. We had Elisa Faranic on the show earlier. Turns out she will lose that race by about 100 votes up there in House District 20. Sad for her. She ran a hell of a race. We liked her a lot, and it's almost more. It's more disappointing when it's so close like that. We were looking at let's see. A couple of debates we hosted here on Progressive Indiana Network. Candidates there. District 48, maybe one of you guys can give me an update up there. We also hosted a District 58 debate down here in Johnson County. That was Eric Reingart and Michelle Hennessy Sears. Hennessy Sears will win that race fairly handily. Down in District 63 in southwestern Indiana, that's Du Bois, Knox, some of those counties down there, Vincennes, Jasper, that region, a large district for a state house district. Looks like Tiffany Arthur is going to win that one. She's the Du Bois County Democratic Party chair, co-host of the Left of Midlife podcast, friend of the show. So congratulations to her. Down in District 70, that one I have not seen the most. Well, I guess I've seen. I don't know what the most recent call is. Let's see. Here we go. I'm looking at WTHR. They've got 88% reporting. Looks like Sarah Blessing, the candidate who represented District 70 down there 2 years ago, is ahead by about 11 points with 88% reporting at this time.
And Sarah Blessing has 52%, 52.25%. So if that race hasn't been called, it should be.
Okay. Well, who are you looking at, Simon, and what percentage you got reporting there?
I got over 95% reporting, and I'm looking at Decision Desk headquarters results. So I basically have access to everything here.
Oh, well, all right. Very good. So, Simon, we'll go ahead and say that's a likely Blessing win down there in 70. Let us move on and look at House District 29. That one still, I've got 98% reporting by my count. Looks like Devin Wellington will win that race. She's up ahead by about 7 points at this point. Simon, does that comport with what you're seeing?
Yep, Devin Wellington, 53.72, and Kumba Kebi, 46.28.
All right. Sounds like we're looking at the same thing there. House District 36. These are all on the Democratic side, by the way. Kimberly Townsend over Nawad Melki, very handily there, 87.5 to about 12.5. District 37, Lauren Cole. With about 98% of reporting, looks to be 11 points ahead of Joel Levi, so that seems like a pretty safe call at this point. Levi was the state Senate district, I want to say, no, not 24. He was a state Senate candidate 2 years ago. We talked to him here on the Who's Left podcast. Up in District 48, only 63% reporting at this point. That's up in northern Elkhart County. Emily Yaw continues to lead Carl Stutzman there by about 9 points. District 49, moving over next door there. Michelle Milne handily winning that race over two competitors with 80% reporting. District 58, we said Michelle Hennessy Sears will win that one. Tiffany Arthur, Matt Pierce, we called those. Sarah Blessing, we talked about that. District 72, down there in, what is that? Floyd County, I want to say. The progressive candidate there, Michelle Henry, narrowly leads Corey Cochran, by about 5 points, 98% reporting there. So that one's getting close to being called. We had Sharon White from District 81 on with us a little bit ago. She won her race handily in Indianapolis proper. State Rep Cherish Pryor will win her primary handily as well. So that's at the state house level on the Democratic side. Any surprises there, Kelly?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think with 48 with Emily Yaw and Carl Stutzman is interesting. I know it's still kind of close, the 100 and some votes. So we'll see what that ends up closing up to be like there. But I know they both ran, a good clean race. So it'll be interesting. I know Emily has some outside the box ideas, so that'll be interesting to see what comes of that. I did want to give an update in Fort Wayne. Sharon White was on just a little bit ago. And said, this is the first time Allen County has done vote centers, so their reporting is a little slower than usual. So they're trickling in. Liz Brown was up by 4 votes, and now she is up by 9 votes. And that's with about 34% reporting. So, it's definitely going to be a close one. And then I saw nationally, they have reported that Spencer Deary's Senate race is too close to call with 96% of the precincts reporting. So it's going to be another interesting one.
And that's another one of those, one of the 8 that we were watching with the state Senate candidates that voted against didn't. Sorry, let me start again. One of the state Senate candidates, one of the state Senate incumbents that voted against redistricting, facing a tough challenge there. I guess since you brought up the state Senate there, Kelly, let's look at those. And you mentioned state Senate District 15 there on the Republican side, incumbent Liz Brown leading by, all of 9 votes there with about 33% reporting there. On the Democratic side, a contested race there as well with Julie McGill leading Chloe Andis by about 17 points, 46% reporting there. And let us stick on the state Senate side. We haven't looked a whole lot at the Democrats in those races. We we didn't get a whole heck of a lot of chance to talk to Kirsten Root. She popped in. We had some technical difficulties, but she wins her race in Senate District 21 handily. She will take on one of those far-right MAGA insurgents that upset a Senate incumbent there. Moving on down to Senate District. Yeah, Simon?
Her opponent's going to be Tracy Powell.
Yeah, and Powell defeated incumbent James Buck by nearly 30 points there, but with 96% reporting in. So that one was called quite a long time ago. We don't know the final margin yet, but we do know it was a whooping. Moving this over slightly from there toward Tippecanoe and Carroll County, I don't think we've talked about Senate District 22 at all yet. And friend of the pod, Natasha Baker, looks like she will handily defeat Marlena Edmondson there with 99% reporting. She will win that race by about 25 points, if I'm any good at math. Her opponent will be incumbent Ron Alting there. Ron Alting did get some pushback for being a little too squishy. He got an insurgent opponent from his right in the form of Richard Bagsby. Yet Alting will win that race by about 20 points. Bagsby was a Micah Beckwith ally. Now, in Senate District 25, we mentioned that one in the Anderson-Pendleton area. Tammy Dixon Tatum defeating Todd Shelton. Senate District 29, we talked about that one. Christina Moorhead will win that race rather handily, pulling over 50% in a four-way race. District 31 still not called, with Marion County Sheriff Carrie Forrestal leading Catherine Torshevsky, Lasima Packett, and Andrew Desolon. He's got a little less than 38% of the vote. Torshevsky about 35.5. The raw numbers on that are Forrestal leading by a little less than 250 votes. That is with 96% reporting there. On the Republican side in that district, Juanita Albright looks to, it's not called, but it looks like she will win that thing over Tiffany Ditlevson and others. Simon, yes.
Yeah, so Carrie Forrestal doesn't have a clean win there. They're up by 2 points with over 95% reporting, so I think it will be called for Carrie Forrestal, but they lost Hamilton County by 7 points.
Which makes sense, with Forrestal being the Marion County Sheriff. That's more of his home area there. Torshevsky, I believe, is up in Fishers, and so that's more her home territory. And we are only looking at about 250 votes there, with looks like 4 precincts out of 96 still to report. So there may still be votes outstanding there. Simon, do we know where those 4 precincts are that have yet to report there?
No, I don't have precinct level access, just county level access.
Okay. So awaiting District 31 there. That one is a close one, and this is 31, an open seat. The incumbent Kyle Walker not seeking re-election there. He was another one of these, quote unquote moderate Republicans that voted against redistricting in December. Didn't want to deal with the challenge that would have come that way. Juanita Albright, who won the Republican race there, was endorsed by Mike Braun. The second place finisher on the Republican side, Tiffany Ditlevson, was a Micah Beckwith ally. So I want to move on down to the southern part of the state. Well, not even. I just want to move on down through the Senate districts. On the Democratic side, Alyssa Impink in the State Senate District 46, located completely within the city of Indianapolis, a handy victory over two opponents, including Cliff Marsiglio and Sam Glynn. We haven't talked a lot about the Republican primaries at the state house level outside of those big 8 state Senate districts. So let's go through those really quick. I'm going to rattle some of these off here. Up in the state Senate, this is State House District 20. Incumbent Jim Pressel wins his primary handily, 62-37. In District 22, for state Senate or for state House there, that is going to be Craig Snow, the incumbent, with the Trump endorsement, winning again handily by over 50 points. District 27 over in Lafayette, Tippecanoe County, that area. This is a safe Democratic seat. The incumbent there, Sheila Klinker, has been in office since the Stone Age. The Republican that will face her is Tracy Brown, a Tippecanoe County commissioner. Yes.
I have been told by Tippecanoe County people that with Tracy Brown in the race, it is not a safe Democratic seat anymore.
Really?
Yeah. And actually, from what I understand, Sheila and Tracy are friendly, get along, and that Tracy is very, very well respected by people of both.
Well, that's interesting. This is one of these that's one of these gerrymandered districts where the Republicans sort of concede this to the Democrats theoretically. This is Lafayette proper. This is Tippecanoe County. This is supposed to be a Democratic seat, and very interesting if this is not considered a safe seat anymore. I wonder how much of that has to do with the age dynamic, because I joke about
You're Scott.
We can't hear you.
I just lost him. You went off like a train whistle.
Apparently, God smote me for making fun of Sheila Klinker's age. So I want to move on and talk about the District 28 there. Incumbent Jeffrey Thompson will win that race by about 10 points. State Rep District 30, Paula Davis there. This is an open seat. Incumbent Michael Karikoff not seeking re-election. This is a Republican seat. Most of Howard County, part of Grant. This includes the city of Kokomo. Again, that is Paula Davis winning by about 2-1 there, 66-33. Over in Muncie in District 34, this is Sue Arrington's seat. Now, she's not seeking re-election. A Democrat, again, one of these, gerrymandered, safe urban districts that the Democrats are largely conceded to. Team Blue has just one candidate running opposed in this race. On the Republican side, Richard Ivey will defeat Randall McAllister there by a little less than 7 points. And I want to move down to District 38. Incumbent Heath Van Natter comfortably will win his primary. Greg Sturwalt, District 40, same thing. Bo Baird, we mentioned before, District 44 will win re-election. Oh, here we go. Here's an interesting one. An incumbent losing on this in the state house side that we have not seen this one. Now, down in Greene and Sullivan counties, portions of Davies, Knox, and Vigo is another large rural district represented by Republican Bruce Borders, who, among other things, is an Elvis impersonator. He will lose tonight to challenger Kelly Streeter. Interesting in that Borders was endorsed by Trump, and this is a race where you see the Trump-endorsed candidate losing on a night when the MAGA far right seems to have won a lot of their races. As I continue to race through these state House seats,
this is another race that wasn't completely clean. So Bruce Borders won Vigo County 2-1. He won Davis County 2-1, but he lost Greene County, Sullivan County, and Knox County.
Interesting dynamic. Borders will have more time to do the wedding circuit, I guess, as an Elvis impersonator. I want to see it's the state rep, District 51, Tony Isa, incumbent, will win handily there. Ben Smaltz, 52, will win there. In District 56, that one, an open seat. Incumbent Brad Barrett not seeking re-election. Looks like Randy Redder, the Wayne County Sheriff, will win that primary 53-42, with a third candidate trailing, bringing up the rear. Another open seat, state rep, District 57. That is parts of Hendricks, Johnson, and Morgan County, including Mooresville and parts of Plainfield. This is the seat that Craig Haggard was vacating to run for Congress. The winner in that primary is not yet determined, only 76% in, and Wesley Bennett, the former clerk and treasurer of Plainfield, holds a narrow lead, less than 100 votes over Greg Knott.
I
Knott ran previously in 20 and 22. He literally goes by no bull. It was on the ballot.
Yeah, I have over 90% reporting. And this one's not clean. So Bennett wins Hendricks County, Knott won Morgan County, and Stiles won Johnson County. So,
interesting dynamic in a four-way race. Tina Turner finishing fourth, not that Tina Turner. District 58. This one, we talked about the Democratic side. Michelle Hennessy Sears will win the Democratic nomination there. This is another open race. This is the one being vacated by Michelle Davis, who won her state Senate primary. The state House primary will be won by, it's not official yet, but is likely to be won by John Reed, a former state rep in District 47. House District 60, Peggy Mayfield will win her primary handily. District 63, Amy Kippenbrock will win the Republican primary. This is an open seat being vacated by Shane Lindauer. Kippenbrock is the current clerk in Du Bois County. State Rep, District 70, Karen Engelman, not seeking re-election. Scott Floor will win that race. He is a former field rep for Trey Hollinsworth, chairman of the Harrison County Republican Party for a long time, had the endorsement of all of the Republican establishment down there, a very, very conservative. Simon, did we determine that Sarah Blessing will have won District 70 on the Democratic side? Is that official yet?
I believe so. Over 95% reporting, and she has 49.9% of the vote. So that's as good as 50% as you're going to get.
All right, so that looks like Blessing and Floor down in 70. Moving next door to District 71. That one not called yet. 76% in. James McClure leading DM Bagshaw by about 10 points there.
And again,
McClure.
this one isn't clean either. So Bagshaw has won Floyd, and McClure has won Clark County.
And this one is currently held by Democrat Wendy Danchesser. Not exactly a safe blue seat, but a likely retention by Democrats in the fall down there in Floyd County. Moving over to District 72. Another open seat. This was the one being vacated by Ed Clare. Ed Clare, interesting story there. Not seeking re-election. Republican for a long time, got tired of the far-right MAGA crap, couldn't take it anymore, dipped out. He's going to run for mayor of New Albany next year as an independent. The Republican looking to succeed him down there in 72. Daryl Neely is a Navy vet, a minister, a chaplain with the VFW, currently leading by about 9, well, let's call it 8.5 points over Sean Carruthers down there, the former Floyd County commissioner. Over in District 73, that's Bartholomew, Decatur, Jennings, and Shelby counties. Jennifer Meltzer, the incumbent, looks pretty solid there, leading by about 2-1 over Edward Comstock. District 81, we talked to Sharon White earlier. Her opponent will be the incumbent Martin Carbaugh. And that concludes our trip through all of these state house races. I need to breathe. Somebody besides me talk. Tracy, haven't heard from you in a while.
I was about to dip out because I realized I've been on here the whole 3 hours. The whole 3 hours and 40 minutes. I'm like, okay. But because I love putting Scott just like on the spot, I have a show called The Sunday Show where I talk about politics. I plan on talking about the Indiana primary. So I'm wondering if Scott would be so kind to be my guest this coming Sunday.
Tracy, anytime. I would absolutely love to. I will be glad to do a double duty on Sunday nights. I said I'd breathe after the primaries. Who am I kidding? No, we don't breathe here.
I don't want to pressure. If you can't do it, that's okay.
No, listen, there is nothing currently on the calendar. Well, there is now. So I will be glad to join you Sunday night on the Sunday Show on YouTube with Tracy Carson. What is that handle on YouTube again for the good folks still watching us?
Tracy Media 74. Tracy Media 74. And to give you a hint, we're also going to talk more in depth. I know I'm not supposed to promote my own show, but I got to do this little sliver because it does pertain to
shamelessly promote yourself.
I want to talk about the Indianapolis mayor race because I think that's going to be one for the history books. We may be very, 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 very close to having our first African American be mayor of a city that's been long overdue for a Black mayor. And I do plan on talking about it.
And I'll tell you what, Tracy, one way or the other, I don't think Hogsett's going to wind up running for re-election. He is not popular. I think he's going to dip and wind up endorsing Vop Osili there, and that sets up a race between two African-American candidates in Osili and Andrea Hundley. Will be interesting. We'll be paying a lot of attention to that in 27. But hey, thank you for joining us tonight. It's been
welcome. Thank you, everybody else that listened to me go on my rant about me calling every bad politician I don't like Joe Jackson from here on out. That's just going to be my thing. Thank you. Especially for explaining that whole thing about the Secretary of State, because I just didn't realize that's the way Indiana operated. So I will see everybody when I see them. My eyes are starting to get really, really heavy. So that means it must be time for me to pack up these lights and go to sleep.
Well, very good. Tracy Carson, it has been an honor to have you with us here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you Sunday.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right. That was Tracy Carson. A pleasure to have her with us here on the Progressive Indiana Network team tonight for our election coverage. All right. Well, here we are.
I'm going to give a quick update, and then I got to hop off, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Kelly. Yeah, just us sickos will remain till the bitter end. What do you got for us?
All out there. So it looks like Senate District 17, they're still not calling it, but it looks like Nick McKinley, the new incumbent, is out. And it's going to be Chris Parker. It looks like the latest numbers between Geary and Paula Copenhaver is a 3-vote difference with Spencer up.
No,
and then
so hold on, Simon, what do you have?
I have Chris Parker winning 46.1%, and this is with over 95% reporting. However, again, this is a mixed. McKinley won Grant County, Parker won Huntington and Wabash counties. So it wasn't a clean win.
What percent do you have in, Simon?
Chris Parker at 46.1%. With
how much reporting?
Over 95%.
Oh, you've got over 95% now.
Yep.
Okay. I've still got only 77. Wow.
Yeah, it's a 5-point difference.
Okay, so that seems that's a whole lot to overcome at this point. So that looks like McKinley's
out.
tenure in the Senate will last months.
Yeah, it was a short stay.
What else you got for us before you got to dip out, Kelly?
Yeah, and then I said that Deary race, I'm just showing a 3-vote difference right now, which is wild. And then there's been an update in Fort Wayne. Liz Brown is now behind by 25 votes. So the more votes that keep coming in, the farther behind she's getting. So,
well, Kelly, let me ask you. That's your neck of the woods. What does that mean? Because I mean, my God, Liz Brown is pretty damn far right. Like, you know, she makes Attila the Hun look like a liberal. And yet somehow they've found somebody to primary her from the right, and it looks like she might lose. You know, she voted for redistricting, so this wasn't one of the races that we were watching, but it kind of is along those same lines where, my God, the, you know, what, semi-fascist, to use Joe Biden's language, actual fascist, to use my language, will wind up winning this race?
So for the past month or so, they have been talking about one specific topic. It is so very urgent for all of us. I know, a huge priority in our lives. But it's about who uses what bathroom.
Much money spent on mailers. And I understand Liz Brown's sent out, you know, mailers attacking Chloe Andis, one of the Democrats in that primary. Looks like Chloe will lose. So, you know, much money spent on nothing.
Well, see, and obviously Liz is not primarying Chloe. They're in two different parties, and I don't think that Liz forgot.
That's not even her not even her general opponent, you know?
Right. So I think that came about because they've been slamming Liz Brown about voting for the trans athletes, and you know, all the different things, and the bathroom stuff is huge. So I think she put that out to try to say, see, I don't like trans people.
Yeah, that's with gas $5 a gallon, with our local schools being defunded, with healthcare costs spiraling out of control. Certainly, that is what is on most Hoosiers' minds, I'm sure.
They even did a bathroom tour of one of the high schools and put it on the radio and did podcast about the different bathrooms.
Did they? Were they disappointed to find that there were not any litter boxes?
They were very upset about the single-use full closed-door bathrooms. Now, those are a problem as well, because gosh knows what can happen in there, and they think they can cause more crime.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, as the parent of a disabled child who needed to use one of those single-use stall, closed-door, lock bathrooms, they can go right to hell.
Yeah. This has been the topic for weeks and weeks, over and over, and it's disgusting. Even so much so that I've even commented on conservative radio shows around here because I'm like, can we move on?
Yeah, really. Don't you have more important stuff to worry about? Kind of things. The culture wars would be comical if real people weren't getting hurt because of their crap.
Yeah. And I know there are some issues too. A woman who ran for Congress here a couple of years ago, Wendy Davis, who's actually a judge.
Oh, yes.
Who's supposed to be impartial. Was it Liz Brown that she gave money to? I can't recall offhand. But she did some kind of endorsement, financial, paid for something of one of the candidates while she's on the bench. Yeah, but their ads right now are, I'm crazy. No, I'm crazier.
You gotta love it. And by love it, I mean hate it. Kelly, do you have anything else for us before you need to take off for tonight?
No, those are the main things. I think we'll sure look back around tomorrow and see what the updates are, and
what are your takeaways from the evening?
I was surprised by Senate District 25 with Tammy Dixon Tatum and Todd Shelton. I mean, I know Tammy has ran before, but I know Todd was also a solid candidate and pretty well known in the area.
It was a pretty
significant
substantial
difference.
win. Yeah.
So I was definitely surprised by that. I wasn't super surprised by Senate District 29. I figured that was going to happen with splitting the vote, and you have such a small portion of Marion County versus Hamilton County in that district.
Did we ever mention who won the Republican primary in that district? I think I glossed over that, but with 96% of reporting, John Ruckelshaus appears poised to win that seat over Mike Delph. He's running about 6 points ahead. Like I said, 96% reporting. Ruckelshaus is a former state senator in his own right. He represented Senate District 30 from 2016 till 2020. Of course, Mike Delph, who will finish second in this race, previously represented this very district from 2005 to 2018. So Ruckelshaus was endorsed by Mitch Daniels, Delph endorsed by Mike Braun. So this one seems to go to the moderate Republican candidate, as it were, which I guess makes sense in a Indianapolis and suburban Indianapolis kind of district.
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers for, like, this is the district that J.D. Ford left to go run for Congress. his last vote difference, I think it was only like 1,000 and some votes. It was getting a lot closer. His margins were getting closer as an incumbent. So this could be a district at at risk to be lost. And I know State Party has said differently, but I'm not so sure about that.
I mean, it's not a layup for sure. And, especially for Democrats in Indiana, I don't think there's any such thing as a safe district.
Yeah, and now you have the problem of all of these extremists with the redistricting candidates coming in. The Democratic Senate caucus is going to have their work cut out for them, not only in trying to win over some of these, but now they're going to have to protect some of these districts as well.
The Indiana State Senate races this November are certainly going to be interesting.
Yeah, because we already know the House is extreme, and now to risk putting all of these extreme Republicans in there. I think I saw one of the headlines says, Trump gets revenge on Indiana.
Yeah, well, Trump gets on a revenge on Indiana Republican Party. We'll see if he gets revenge on Indiana come November, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of coordination and a lot of work across the state, I think, but it's going to be interesting.
It certainly will be.
I was a little surprised by how the big difference in 46.
I was too. I think it's hard to. Alyssa Impink was already a elected official in the city, an IPS school board member, IPS representing all of Marion County, essentially. So she had name recognition, beyond just that corner of the district. She's a known quantity. Cliff, to his credit, is a known quantity in his own way too, but kind of, I guess, has a reputation as sort of the perennial candidate, kind of gadfly kind of guy. I adore Cliff Marsiglio. I've got nothing bad to say about him, but I suppose it's not an unexpected result.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little surprised that Linda Rogers got booted out because I know even some Democrats were supporting her in the primary to try to save her. But I'm so glad that Gabriana's running in that district. She, unlike the Republican Party, has ran a very strong and a very consistent campaign already. And I know she's going to continue to do that. So I hope that helps earn her some support.
Yeah, and she will have, legit working class cred up against some, MAGA schmuck up there in District 11. Dr. Schmutzler, who will be the Republican nominee up there in the 11th, is, it's a Republican leaning district, certainly, but that's also a very working class part of the state. This is Elkhart. This is, the RV industry, very strong out there. And Gabriana is very much a working class candidate. And, this guy is, college guy, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I was surprised that Bruce Borders got booted, so that's kind of
also surprising because he had Trump's endorsement.
Yeah, thank goodness they didn't pass the drag show ban because I think some of his Elvis shows would have fallen under that. And if he's going to need more of those gigs to support himself moving forward.
Can we just give him some hunka hunka burning love?
There you go. Thank you, Derek. Kelly, final words before you got to dip.
No, I'm just so excited to see like so many candidates that stepped up. And like for all those that are watching who won tonight, like congratulations, and those who didn't. I know so many worked so hard, and I know it was a lot of hard choices. And I had talks with candidates who I told them, you know, it's going to be hard for voters because they're going to be like, I don't care who wins because you're both or, you know, all are great. And so it's going to be hard to win people over. And I hope that they stay in this, you know, whether if it's running for something else or, you know, becoming part of a board or, you know, something locally that they can help support the communities with, and definitely working on this voter education because it's so huge. It's so badly needed. I know my husband's aunt called me today. She's like, Kelly, I went to vote, and she's like, I got so mixed up. And, you know, she moved here from San Diego, and she's like, we got a whole voter guide, you know, it walked us through everything. And she's like, she's like, I have to beg for information. And
yeah.
I just
ain't that the truth.
But yeah, I think with all these different extremists coming into play and stuff, we're going to need all hands on deck. So I hope that nobody feels discouraged and is proud of the work that they have done and know that they are all appreciated. Because it's hard to put your name out there on the ballot, especially for a state race. I mean, that's huge. And how many people that ran for Congress, you know, it's wild.
Yeah.
And I know just a lot of good people that didn't make it through. But that doesn't make them any less worthy of the work. So
there are so many folks that didn't win tonight that put in a hell of a lot of work and just really inspired me. And, you know, it's going to take them a couple days, couple weeks, you know, a while to sort of decompress and recover further from this loss and figure out what they want to do next. Let me offer this platform if they're interested in doing anything with us here at Progressive Indiana Network going forward. I'd love to have that conversation with a lot of those folks because I think we could all build something great together, and they've
we're
done
always looking for talent
on that already.
And you would say that we're looking for talent.
Kelly, we will let you go, and thank you so much for your help here tonight, for all you've done, you know, both with Mad Voters and all the prep work you helped us for tonight going into this event, and all the information you provided us, stuff that folks will never see that goes on in the back end that they'll never know. You are a rock star. One of the unsung heroes here in Indiana politics and activism. So thank you.
No, thank you guys. This was great to run through. I love working with all of you. Good luck shutting this down tonight. Somebody better text me if something crazy happens, though.
We'll keep an eye on things. You know, we got a couple races we're still eyeballing here with the last bit of tonight. I don't know how long we're going to go, but I vow I will not go past midnight. I will tell you that. So, Kelly DeLong, thank you so much.
Like another hour or so.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta do an hour in my sleep. I might do an hour in my sleep. You get some rest. Thank you so much for all your hard work here with us tonight. And I look forward to whatever you're doing next. And, you know, hopefully we can continue to work together in the future.
Absolutely. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Kelly. All right.
Real fast, just to do if I may, a rundown.
Yeah, please. Look at this fucking mayonnaise sandwich we have on the screen right here. My God.
Yeah, beans on toast in the middle.
I made a beans on toast joke on the Sunday morning show this past week, and I thought of Simon when I was doing it.
We love you, Simon.
Well, thank you. I've got a nickname for Derek. I still need to think of one for you, Scott. So Derek is free refills.
Yes. Well, I don't know. A mustache joke. I will. I'm going to let you two helm this thing for a couple minutes. I've not taken a break for a little bit, so I'm going to go do that, and I will be back after the top of the hour to join you guys. Everybody that's watching, thank you so much for joining us here tonight on this special presentation from Progressive Indiana Network. My name is Scott Aaron Rogers. I'm going to turn it over to Derek Holder and Simon Higgs. I will be back in about 5 minutes.
I have breaking news here.
We will try not to burn the place down. What's up, Simon?
So I have breaking news here. So it's from, and I'm going to have a hard time keeping a straight face with this. This is from Erin Houchin, who ran unopposed. And she says she's honored to have secured the Republican nomination for Indiana's 9th congressional district. And she's encouraged by the results up and down the ballot tonight. So
take
Brad
that
Meyer,
for
together.
what you will. Yeah. I mean, how would she have not secured the ballot?
Exactly.
Unless, you have, the new math that W talked about back in the day. So, I mean, there are a lot of things that happened that were a little shocking tonight. One, me staying awake from 4:30 a.m. to now, just because I worked the polling in here in Morgan County. Two, how many incumbents are out of a seat come January?
Quite a number. I
mean,
did
when
want.
we look at State Senate 6 in the Republican primary, James Starkey beat Rick Nehmeyer. And that brings Will Hawley body slam Starkey in the 6th district.
Yep. Well, Nehemiah won Benton County, but Starkey won the other 3, won Jasper, Newton, and Lake County. So that was.
We're still at a 3-vote differential between Deary and Copenhaver. So that could be another one lost. Of course, Buck lost. McKinney is on the verge of losing, 95% in, and there's a 4.5 point differential.
What's the district?
17, State Senate 17.
Okay. Yep, that was
Parker McKinley Inslee.
McKinley won Grant County, and Chris Parker won Wabash and Huntington County. But I've got a 5-point spread for Chris Parker.
Yeah, I have 46.1 to 41.6.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
So do the maths. And yes, I put an S at the end of it. Just for you, Simon.
Mathematics? Gosh, golly, gee whiz.
Liz Brown. That is a shocker of all shockers. Can't say I'm sad to see her go. Of course, Rats won over in 27. Let's see, what else was a shocker? Other part that is kind of surprising is over in, and you know this one quite well, House Districts 57, our neck of the woods. How there's not really a clear-cut winner to fill Haggard's shoes. Yes, West Bennett is probably going to win at 95% reporting, has 31.2% to 29.5.
Yeah, but the counties were all split. So
yeah,
Stiles won Johnson, Knott won Morgan, and West Bennett won Hendricks.
So there's no coalition on that, as where Susan Fortenberry, which will be the competitor in that race, is a very strong candidate.
Yeah, and I think where these counties are split like this, I think that actually gives us a much better chance.
Yeah. When it comes to House District 70, one that you know especially well, yes, Peggy Mayfield.
At 60.
Without a doubt, won. Yeah, 60. And you're going to have to say her name.
Who? Peggy Mayfield?
No, Siccello.
Oh, Carrie Siccello.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she is unopposed, and she's replacing Michelle Higgs. And actually, if I could do a segue.
Go right ahead.
I'm going to give up my chair.
Hey there.
We are blessed by a Michelle Higgs appearance.
Hey. I think our thing's froze. Oh, there we go. Hi. My hair's a little bit wet. I was helping with yard signs and walking downtown and all of that. So it's crazy.
Well, in case people don't know who you are, which I'm ashamed if they don't know who you are, the one and only Michelle Higgs, leader of the Indiana Rural Summit, friend of the network, friend of mine because we ran alongside each other 2 years ago. We attend many meetings together. I will let you go ahead and take it.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Exciting night. I'll be honest. We have a lot of our Indiana Rural Summit candidates. Many of them were unopposed, but there were several that were in their own primary, which actually is a great sign. I think that in those districts they had increased turnout. So we're excited that we'll be able to announce all of those and update our website tomorrow with those winners. But more importantly, we are now looking at the maps and seeing across the congressional districts how many candidates we have. And so I can speak to the district that I live in, which is CD9. The winner of that primary looks to be Brad Meyer. But we have, I think, except for maybe 1 or 2 House races that are right now uncontested, but I believe they probably will have people caucused in or, So for the most part, we have candidates, Senate and House throughout CD9, which means that there is a greater chance to build more turnout, to actually, I think, change the narrative dramatically. When you start to see the impact of these policies that we've had over these years in rural, and you know, Derek, as well as I do, whether it be healthcare, data centers, environmental things, there's just been so much that's been extracted from our rural communities. And so I just feel like we now have candidates that are able to hear those stories of impact, share and amplify them, and actually highlight the bad, disastrous policies that these legislators have not only allowed, but championed. So, yeah.
And then I know another big thing that the Rural Summit is helping with, and what Miss Siccello is really known for is what happened in Morgan County in Monrovia with the data centers. And I know the Rural Summit is kind of leading a charge with that as well, because it affects the rural areas.
I think the data centers we've found have been galvanizing across the full political spectrum, and I think it's hard when you have issues that are impacting so many people, but it's also great when you have issues that are impacting so many people, because I think we've been siloed for too long. I think we get divided into just very partisan issues. I feel like we get so lost in the noise that we actually forget what's happening to us. And the data centers kind of brought that all full circle. And really what it's amplified, and that we in the Rural Summit talk about a lot, is the loss of local control. And so when you find out that there's a data center or any other big project like that coming into your backyard that happened because they used NDAs to silence your local electeds from sharing details that have happened behind closed doors, maybe in planning for, 3 years before you even find out about it. What is that? There's like a tapping. I don't know if it's me. Anyway, but yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like for the first time we are seeing people come together, understanding the impact to their neighbor, and the more that we can have these conversations, and it's a nuanced thing. How you address it. There's some practical stuff, but there's conspiracy theories coming out too. And so it's in those conversations. And we're looking forward to having some within our own candidates, because we have candidates that are, work with unions and understand the union labor aspect within data centers. We have candidates that understand very, very clearly environmental impact, the technology side of it, understanding that AI isn't going to go away, but how are we ethically using it? How are we legislating guardrails? It doesn't seem like we have too many guardrails around anything right now. So I'm excited for those conversations.
I just lost my train of thought.
The train came and it ran.
What happens when you're up since 4:45?
Oh God.
Derek, you are doing the Lord's work today. Absolute champion marathon day. And we are grateful for just working the polls. That's one of the unsung parts of democracy that we need and we rely upon. Not enough folks do it, and the people that do it do not get their flowers. So here are your virtual flowers. And then to come in and do this with us here tonight, providing all the best information and really helping me helm this thing this evening. I couldn't be more grateful. And then another one of these things, like Kelly does so much work behind the scenes that folks would never see. You also do a lot of work making stuff happen here for the network that folks never see. And I just want to shout you out while we've got, one of our largest audiences of the year here. Great turnout here for Progressive Indiana Network tonight. And big, interesting day. Michelle, I'm glad you tagged in here, and I didn't get to see you for the last several minutes, but I still had my earbuds in, at least until they cut out when I had to let the dog outside. But what are your overall takeaways from this evening? I guess On the Republican side, certainly there's an incredibly concerning ratcheting toward the right. I didn't think it was possible for them to ratchet to the right any further. On the Democratic side, sort of a mixed bag, I think, at least as far as progressives are concerned. Big win for Brad Meyer down here in the 9th. Disappointing loss for Jackson Franklin in the 5th. Don't get me wrong, J.D. Ford is a fine candidate. I expected that race to be a whole heck of a lot closer. We love Cindy Worth around here. Drew Cox, I think, was an unapologetic progressive in the 4th. And at the lower levels in certain county clerks races, commissioners races, I don't know how much, stock you put into those as part of like an overall Democratic movement. Kind of seems like old guard establishment types won a lot of those races. Not super inspiring on, from my perspective. I don't know. What do you think?
I can only speak to where I live in Monroe County. And I think at the hyper local, I think what a lot of people are looking at is the shifts that are happening. How do we actually forge ahead with not only the budget of 2024, but or 2025, but then the incoming, what's still to happen. And so it doesn't surprise me that there is, as you were saying, some old guard thing. I think some of that comes from the need to kind of shore up, what do you call it? Like just shore up some knowledge, shore up some of the resources. But I also want to say, I think at least what I was hearing on the ground here is it really is about trying to communicate and bringing in as many people as possible. And I think what we were seeing is that with the primaries happening, we were engaging new voters, and that's exciting to me. And I guess for me, I'm always looking at if there are primaries and everybody says primaries are good, and so I'm going to trust everybody that primaries are good. Then we need to make sure that when people invest as heavily as they do in some of these races, and I think particularly of someone like Jackson Franklin, I don't want them to disappear. One of the reasons why I created the Rural Summit was I did not want another cycle of churn and burn. Not with my campaign and not with anybody else's. And I'm pleased that not only did we have, several of our candidates run again, but from our group, we organized 12 candidates in 2024. Ross Thomas went on and he's now running for Senate. He's actually going to be running against Michelle Davis, right? If you were to talk to Ross, I think he'll say that really Michelle Davis is probably the better candidate for him to run against, because there is such a clear delineation and you're not dealing with a legacy incumbent in power where there's kind of that, do we work with the power we know, or how, it gets a little muddy. And so now you've actually got a very extreme far right. And Ross coming in saying, his values the same way as he has. We've got Sarah Blessing down in House District 70, and Scott, her, and congratulations to her on her primary. And I think that having gone through a primary has probably been good for her and her messaging. But at the end of the day, this is about, we have to turn out base. We have to build base. Period, full stop. I'm looking at these numbers and even, it's a very, very small percentage of people who are turning out for for these midterm primary races. And so, yeah, we've got to turn that out and really do the hard work now. The other thing I want to name is I have not had a chance to see who all on the Republican side lost their seats, but they sit on some committees. There's some legacy people that are gone. Again, stressing we are heading into a budget year. And so I don't know what this disruption is, but I certainly hope that the Democrats are able to capitalize on some of this and really get, we've got to win people in November. We've got a budget year. Seriously, I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, that's one of those interesting things we sort of don't think about now, and we'll sort of figure that out in the coming days as we go through all of these many Republican incumbent losses, particularly on the Senate side. Like, I didn't even realize Niemeyer lost until Derek brought that up after I was gone. I heard that, off screen, and my jaw literally dropped. Like, oh man, there goes another one. Like,
oh, it wasn't my joke about him being body slammed.
Listen. We can't wait to talk to Caitlin Holly here at Progressive Indiana Network. I'd love to get her on the Who's Left podcast. She was a former professional wrestler. Michelle knows I think the Democratic Party could learn a lot from kayfabe. We talk about Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular. His ratings are in the toilet. He's in the low 30s. And yet, the Democratic Party's popularity is even lower. So I think party leadership could maybe learn from that, lean into it, be like, yeah, we're the bad guy, and let the base beat up on them a little bit. Like, kayfabe, we're all on the same side here. Backstage, we're buddies. But in public, you let us hit you. And they could learn from that. I tell candidates, especially new folks, as they're getting into this, if they want to learn how to deliver a speech, we're not in the area or in the era where you go deliver soaring, uplifting rhetoric. Do not turn to Obama for a how-to on how to deliver a political speech in this era. Turn on WWE on Monday nights. That is where you want. That's where the masses are. That's how you deliver a political speech. Most people subtlety is not American strong suit. Sorry, at me. Like, where people need to be hit over the head, big, over the top. Go big or go home, right? And that's one thing I think Democrats struggle with. We're like, well, this is a very nuanced issue. And yeah, great, it is. But like, you deal with the nuance when you're in office, when you're talking to the voters. Rah!
Yeah.
I don't know. Michelle, am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong, but I'll be honest. I do think it is a different, that's an extroverted energy. And I do want to name that there is introverted and extroverted energies. And it's a challenge. I think it is a challenge because we are drawn to that charismatic, outgoing, loud, braggadocious, whatever. And yet that's who we have occupying the White House, and it's not going so well for us. So I think that really what people are wanting is authenticity, but because we haven't seen it, we take and accept the show. And I often am drawn to, I don't know, we circle back a lot of times to Bernie Sanders, right? And I think with Bernie, he keeps saying the same messages over and over because sadly, things haven't changed. But I was drawn to him because there was a consistency in his message. and he was true to who he was, and so that was the thing. And the North Star was something I agreed with. I feel like we live in a land of consultants where consultants are like, now you should say this, oh, now you should pivot to that. And we feel it. We may not recognize it necessarily, but we feel that. And I think what people are longing for, I was describing, I'll be honest, I was describing Brad Meyer to somebody, and I said, I find in him someone who has rounded soft edges and a steel core. And I'll be honest, I kind of was thinking, I think that's how people want a politician in Indiana to a certain extent. There is that Midwest nice that we can't get around, you know, and so if you come in and you're mean and rude or whatever, I think you might draw some people, but I think you're going to actually rebuff others. But I'll tell you, don't be somebody who says something, and then when you go to latch onto it, it's nothing. It's a nothing burger. And that's the I think Scott, you're talking about in the wrestling world. Yeah, there's show, but these people also know how to do what they do, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a strength that people are longing for, but they're longing for a genuine strength. And instead, what they have been sold is a monetized strength. It's a military strength that is show and expensive. We're all going to be paying for it for a long time, but it's not actually delivering, the things that we need. And that's just how I feel about it. I guess.
Really quick.
Go ahead, Eric.
Sitting at 99% of votes counted, Spencer Derry, 6,334 votes. Paula Copenhaver, 6,331 votes. That is headed towards an automatic recount.
Wow.
That is. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Was that two? Was that 2 votes difference?
Three vote difference. That is, if that does not meet the threshold of automatic recount, I don't know what does. If 60 votes for Tiffany Stoner was not an automatic recount, how is 3 not?
But we do talk about that. Like some of the races, won by one vote, and every vote matters. And these are the moments when, when voters say, well, why should I vote? It doesn't matter. It's like, no, it does. It does. These are the times and places. So, yeah.
And another thing to look at is you guys were talking about how do we turn out the vote?
Yeah.
Just looking at Morgan County turnout for the 4th district. 7,848 votes Republican with, give me a second, let me get over 643 Democrat.
Yeah.
Wow.
But and I'm going to name it, they have nobody down ballot to vote for. And I say this a lot, when you are a voter and you want a decision on who your commissioner is or your mayor or your county council, and there's no choices on your ballot, you're going to end up, you're going to be voting and pulling that, if you're a Republican ballot. And the problem with that is we cannot see you as a voter to go, hey, we've got so many Democrats in this district, or so many, we can't identify third party except for, I'm libertarian. No, they don't have a ballot. Yeah. So no, we're back to, you only have 2 parties. So we don't actually know the voters is what I'm trying to say. We don't know the voters. We're being told there's 7,000 Republican votes. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean they all align with the Republican values, and they're certainly not all MAGA. But it's very easy to watch people write off entire counties and go, oh, nope, that's just it's a red county or whatever, until you actually go out there and you talk to people. And Derek, Morgan County better than anybody.
Oh, yeah.
So these are the realities that we are talking with our candidates about, that you have to show up where people are. You have to go to the events where people are at. You need to door knock and phone call and have those conversations. And I understand there's a lot of things where if you've got limited capacity, then here's your list, and these are people we think are going to be strongly aligned with you. You can't determine that on some of these rural counties and these rural spaces. And so I think that, that's why it's important for us to have what I constantly am calling our mycelium network. It is not only the electoral with candidates, but it's also organizations. It's the PIN network. It's Mad Voters. It's Indivisible. All of these things that are happening and moving and connecting people. The more that we cross-pollinate and understand, where are things happening across the state. Again, back to how many counties are dealing with data centers. Right there, that's a mobilizing thing. How many are having massive layoffs because certain industries left. That's another thing. There is a lot of things that actually draw us together more than divide us. And I think the concern I have with Trump's involvement in this is he is strictly looking to redistrict. He is strictly looking to have a stronger foothold and take away states' rights. That's what's happening.
Irony.
One of the a couple of comments. Our good friend Brandy Garland has commented on Facebook. One, saying that she agreed with you. Two, had she not been on the ballot, she would have pulled a Republican ballot. My question is, who won between me and her? I have no clue. For her precinct chair, I have no clue. You cannot find that anywhere. I have looked. I have no idea.
Well, the great thing is, though, that I would say Morgan County won, because whoever of you wins PC, the other one is vice, because they have to have parity.
Or better yet, one gets PC for Jackson 2, the other one goes to either Jackson 3 or Jackson 1. Have two progressive PCs in Morgan County Township.
Yeah. So I mean, it's that, but that's the thing. It's one, role at a time and people getting involved. But more importantly, it really is civic engagement. I mean, Brandy and I, we talk an awful lot about, learning together all of these processes, and it's not easy. It's complex. There's a reason why younger people don't go out to vote. And one of those is the process can feel intimidating. I mean, even when you do know how to vote, you walk in and you feel like, oh my gosh, which line do I get in? How do I have this piece of paper? I've got to do this, and I hope I get all the rules right, whatever. I'm looking forward to a day where we could have a national holiday when it's an election day, that it becomes something that you take your family and the kids can watch you in the process, so that it's not intimidating for them when they come of age, that it is something that we take as and we value it, but we also have joy around it instead of anxiety. And I think the more that we have civic education and engagement, and the more you guys are talking about it and normalizing the process, and even laughing at some of the idiosyncrasies, it just allows people to feel like they can have that, and also having a public life. I think one of the words that we use a lot, you hear bandied around is this candidate electable, right? So now we've had the primary. Now we're going to hear about how electable or unelectable somebody is. And it just makes me very angry sometimes, because at the end of the day, it is not the candidate's total responsibility of, raising the money and turning out the voters and changing the dynamics. No, I, as a voter, am responsible for my civic engagement, which means I'm responsible to find out about candidates. I'm responsible to find out about the roles of government that directly impact my life. And I'm responsible to get involved, and then understand that my lack of involvement will show up and bite me in the ass at some point. So I just think that idea of electability really, to me, feels like you are scapegoating to a candidate that you don't want to have to put in the effort to help.
I agree 100,000%. And to Brandy, you gotta rip the Band-Aid off a little bit slower there, Chica.
Listen. Fast is the only way to rip the Band-Aid off, Derek.
It was a friendly competition. Neither of us campaigned whatsoever.
Listen,
it was
let me
just
tell
awesome that Morgan County had a contested precinct chair for the Democratic Party. First time in like 45 years. I know it's not that much, but it's the small victories that we have to look at to build a party up. So,
yeah.
It's I got my ass whooped today. I'm running for delegate to the state convention, and I get it. Listen, the Democratic Party does not want me at the state convention as a delegate. They've essentially told me as much. Those dirty progressives, they're the reason we always lose. I see. But no, but on the other hand, listen, there were like 45 people signed up for 22 spots in the 2nd district of Monroe County. So that's great. We're going to get a press pass. We're going to go anyway. We're going to cover the thing. And it'll be a lot more fun that way, probably. And, I've always felt more an observer as it is than a participant. I don't like being on the inside of things. I tell my therapist, I feel like an alien. Like people, they're great. I love being among them. I'm not one of them. Y'all are, this other thing I like to observe. About
the delegate, that is one race that I actually did rather well in. So
hey, Alicia, welcome back. Alicia's
I'm back.
She's come to lick wounds with me. Alicia ran a hell of a race up there in State House District 20, up in my old stomping grounds there in LaPorte County.
Oh,
I have to, Alicia, every time we talk, I trademark, like, take a shot when I say my old stomping grounds.
A little bit. I know.
Yeah.
We were on the cusp, right? We were in that safe zone, in that blue demographic, and we kept getting slithered away over here. And it's kind of funny because this is part of the region. This should be part of that nominal factor. And instead, we are watching what happens when people don't show up. And so many people were enlightened and they were engaged and they were fighting for something. But then there was a sliver of everybody else that was fighting against something. So I think that kind of shifted factors here, right? Because they gave up on state representatives or on congressional voices, and now they're going back to that local, where they say it starts at home. Let's focus here. And so they kind of shifted, and they were like, well, which ballot? Because these guys are used to ballot ballet, right? Because normally there is not an option for Democratic voices and having anything competitive on this side up here, on that cusp that fell off, that lost the faith in the institutions that are supposed to represent us. And it shifted things dynamically. Honestly, we've had a higher turnout for early voting and everything else. So people are like, oh, hey, we can take our people power back, but they don't realize that because the long game had been played long before they jumped in, that they were kind of fractured or dispositioned, and we're doing great because we've got a Dem that took the commissioner's race, and we're all in this together. So whether we had our focus on the local or where we had our focus on the federal and big change, we have made an impact. And it doesn't matter whether it's your district, my district, the congressional district that I was watching, it has nothing to do with me, but it's all part of the cause. And so, we came here, we did it loud, we did it proud. And I can't tell you how amazing, honestly, when you just take that leap of faith and you believe in yourself, you believe in your community, and you start actually bringing them all together and making an impact, like it makes change. And so there is hope. We still have a lot of months until November. We're going to jump on each other's campaigns, and we're going to have an impact. So that's all I can say. And like I said, in my district, well, I lost, but by barely. And locally though, I think I make more of an impact locally. So, we got municipal races next year, and these guys, I promise you, if they're watching right now, they're sweating bullets and they're like flinging dirt on the other side. And it's quite comical. So you just jump in and you say, hey, I'm here, I'm dedicated. And no matter what happens, we're going to make change. We're going to make an impact, and our efforts should not be in vain or whatever you want to call it, because we're doing it and we're watching it live. So I love that for you, for us. If not for you, some of us wouldn't have been inspired enough to get out there and go do the hard things. And that's just all I got to say.
And Alicia, no, you're right on. It's one loss in one race, and I'm looking at the numbers. I got WTHR Indianapolis pulled up here. It's 98% reporting. These are not the final numbers. There's one precinct still outstanding, at least according to them, up in your District 20 there. We're looking at like less than 150 votes.
Serious? Yes.
You and your opponent. And, this is a district representing thousands and thousands of Hoosiers. The way we decide our representatives is kind of ridiculous in the first place. And like these things, like these primaries and parties and elections, they're all like artificial gates that are meant to like corral the way that we show up in the world and our activism in the way we help our neighbors. And we can't let that be the end of it. And
no,
you spoke to that, and there are going to be other ways. It doesn't end here.
No, it's been phenomenal. Yeah. Like, it has been uplifting, elevating. I had some major obstacles to overcome during my campaign. So my dad almost died, and it was a battle. He came actually back to the region from Indianapolis. He had to have a piece of his spine taken out, and he is back in my hood tonight, right? He's back in the region. So whatever happens, it was a win, because I elevated myself. I handled all of my familial problems and obstacles, and I still maintained composure. I still showed up when I could and when I had to, and I still put forth every effort I had. So this is not a loss by any means. If anything, it is a win, because most people don't like to contribute to your campaign until after the primary. And so they were like waiting on me, waiting on that. And so if you don't have that footing from the beginning, everybody thinks you're doomed. But when you come up and you're within 3% or 5% or whatever it is, like, that is a win. That is a win from where I started. When I started this, it was because my daughter and I got really sick in housing that the taxpayers paid for and that the government was supposed to oversee, and they chose to like turn a blind eye because that was their little real estate friend or whatever. And when you make exceptions like that, and when you start to turn the blind eye and you don't hold your own people or anybody around you accountable, then things like this escalate and they really bring damage to people's lives. And when it's that person that says, hey, I don't care how sick I am, this is wrong, I'm going to come for you. And the reason we have 3 judges running in the Superior Court number 3 is because I complained and I said, hey, it's time this judge gets removed. He has shown special favors to a specific law firm. He has allowed ex parte communications, and he has denied due process. They couldn't ignore it. They investigated. They tried to come up with every option and action that they could. And they were like, all right, it's going to be a slap on the wrist behind closed doors. We're going to make him resign. And I can't 100% show you the paperwork for that because I'm not privy to that knowledge. I just know that that's what happened here. And so now we have a bona fide ticket. We have super competitive races that really brought a bunch of people into the ring that said, oh, okay, you know what? I am going to care, and I am going to show up now, and I am going to do this. And I mean, that's just phenomenal in itself because so many people have given up the faith of the institutions that were supposed to protect us, right? Like the whole time I gave up faith and I said, the government only wants us to believe that they're helping us, but they're not actually helping us, because when I asked them, hey, don't you have so-and-so that I can connect to further my hardship loan and really like get myself to where I needed to be, then all of a sudden it was no correspondence with the government. And I said, oh, okay, that's the game you want to play. Well, I'm just coming back and I'm just holding everybody accountable. You know, that's all we have to do. And when more people show up, more people get excited, more people really realize what's at stake. Like, we're building right now, and without you guys, it's not possible. So I thank you for having me.
Elisa,
Thank you.
Now
Thank you.
owe me $50 for saying hold them accountable twice.
Hey, I might have it left over in my campaign funds.
I'm copywriting that for today. Everybody else got a cheap plug. I had to get one in as well.
But it's worth it. You guys are worth it. Like the whole inspiration, the whole hope, the whole keep fighting, like it is worth it, because when enough of us stand up and enough of us say we want this, then we get it. You know, it takes a coalition, and it takes a group coming together and really the continuation of that, like, because I lost my race by like 130 votes. Okay, whatever. If my dad hadn't died almost, we would have got there. Like, it's still so inspirational to be that underdog that came up in here in a world that said, maybe not you. You're not ready yet. And I still, I'm going to continue to show up to my council meetings. I'm going to continue to make my mayor and my House representative do what the heck they're supposed to do, and that is protect us. And so when I went campaigning this weekend, I showed up in a sea full of red. They were like, "Oh, we're doing this ticket," and I was just like, "All right, well." And I kind of felt discouraged in the moment. And then all of a sudden there was people buying raffle tickets for my daughter. And I just said, wow, like, I mean, when you don't take the step, then you'll never know. But because I took that leap of faith, I am here impressed by myself and by you and by all the voters, because we showed up and we did what we had to do, and we set record numbers of early voters here. So I'm not saying it's me. I'm just saying I'm proud.
If you look at last month, was it in Hungary when the opposition finally unseated Viktor Orban? That was a lot of stops and starts, and we're going to figure things out, and we're going to try this technique, and we're going to learn, and we're going to grow and adapt over multiple election cycles before it finally paid off. And God, I'm gonna hate myself as a progressive for saying this, but like they only finally wound up doing it when they got like everybody that wasn't completely far right on the same side. And the guy that wound up leading that coalition, Peter Magyar, is a conservative. And we'll see. Yes, I know. It's not exactly inspiring in the grand scheme of things when you look at it, but you got to start somewhere, I guess. But listen, the coalition only works if you have folks out on the far left fringe planting their flag and saying, "God damn it, no, you come to us." Because if you keep moving right,
it's basic physics, right? It's like you have to have that counterbalance to bring, something back.
Physics. It's like when the pendulum swings, it's gotta swing back. So I feel hopeful because, like I said, I'm not giving up this fight. We are in it to win it, and that means District 20 as a whole. And yeah, I mean, I think that the fights across the state, period and point blank, they show that people care, people are awakening, and they are ready. Like, they are ready to go toe to toe for what they believe in. And I'm not losing hope. Like I said, I've still got a lot of work to do here, and maybe, like I said, everything is for a reason, and I am meant to serve the city better than I'm ready to serve the state. But it's not over no matter what. We're jumping on other people's campaigns. We are backing the winner. We are still, going for the cause. And I don't know, I'm proud of myself. Like, I was so scared. I was scared first to put a D behind my name. And then I was scared first for, the smear campaigns and the opposition. And instead, it ended up being like this elevating experience. You know, I got to meet all of the legal people that previously didn't want to help me, and now all of a sudden they're like, wait, how can you help our campaign? And I've got my tips and my secrets there, but you know, we're gonna do good. We're gonna keep rising the numbers. We've already done that, and we're gonna stop being disenfranchised. You know, I don't know why people hate the region so much, or they look down on it or whatever, because when push comes to shove, we're like the second biggest cash cow for them. So without us, and if they want to make us all poor, like, what will they do for revenue? They have to have a give and take. And I'm just here to keep holding their toes to the fire.
right,
Sorry to
so-
interject, but wanted
Yeah.
to bring late breaking news. Indiana House 81 Democratic primary has officially been called. Friend of the program, Sharon White, has won. 80.8.
I can't believe it took them that long to officially call it. That was a cakewalk. She did a great job. Ran away with that race. Listen, we've got only a little bit more than 5 minutes left. I want to shut this thing down at midnight, and so with that, 2 minutes, Michelle, your takeaways from tonight.
2 minutes takeaway. I think the Democrats showed up strong just by virtue of having every Senate race contested, 90 or 91 House races out of 100 contested. We're building power, we're building base, and more importantly, we are speaking truth to power in this moment.
Didn't even need 2 minutes. That is efficiency. You gotta love that. Derek, 2 minutes. What are your takeaways from this evening? And what are you looking forward to come November?
A lot of topsy-turvy. A lot of Republicans losing their seats. A lot of fight from the Democratic Party coming into November. What we have to do as a party is keep pushing. That's all we can do, is keep pushing. This isn't going to be a sprint. It is a marathon. I mean, yes, we want change now because that's what we're used to. We want stuff now. It's the American way. We have to build it, as Michelle has said multiple times, from the bottom up. And we are getting there. But we have such strong candidates right now for the state house, state senate. For hell, I can see 2 or 3 congressional seats up for freaking grabs if we fight for them. It will take us to fight every inch for them, but we can take it. Look at 4th District. Who wants 84-year-old Jim Baird to win again? We have no idea how the hell he keeps winning. He is liked by no one. We have to push Drew Cox across the damn line on that one. We have to push Dr. Worth above Shreve, who just barely freaking won his race.
Hey, I'm gonna come door knock whenever we're in District Baird. I'm gonna come door knock. Just call me, please.
And then freaking District 5, yes, not the person us as a network wanted to win, but JD Ford is a force to be reckoned with against Victoria Sparks.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we have a possibility of, yes, it's a snowball's chance in hell, but there's a chance. Let me have it.
What, you know what? And
So
I'm going to
we
sort of
need-
take us home with sort of the way Alicia framed this, and she talked about, listen, it was maybe a loss tonight, but we're going to jump on other people's campaigns and do other things, and maybe it's not even maybe it's not even electoral politics is the way that you're showing out in the world. There's other ways to do activism. It's mutual aid. It's organizing. There are other ways to help our neighbors, to bring each other up. It's holding each other close, because the world is in a period of tumult, and we are resetting, and the parties are realigning, and what do parties even mean anymore? There's a lot. It's an interesting night. I guess I'm going to sleep on it and figure out what it all means. I'm not entirely even sure. But Alicia, I'll give you 30 seconds to give me some final words before I sign off.
Oh, the final words would just be keep hope. We haven't had this much activism, this much advocacy, or this much candidacy and people stepping forward. And I mean, if we're going to start small, we got to start there, because we packed the ballot farther than we have in 50 years. And it's a sign and a step forward right there in and of itself. So let's keep doing it. Let's keep getting Dems activated and excited, because we will be our only hope.
All right. Excellent. Wonderful final words from Alicia. That brings us to midnight. This will conclude Progressive Indiana Network's coverage of primary night on Progressive Indiana Network's coverage of primary night 2026. We will be here all summer long and all fall going into the general election. But for now, on behalf of Derek Holder, Alicia Faranic, Shyman, and Michelle Higgs, everybody else who was with us here tonight, Kelly DeLong, Tracy Carson, Brianna Newhart, all of the lovely candidates and other guests who joined us tonight. I'm sure I forgot somebody, but forgive me. Until next time, I'm Scott Aaron Rogers. Love each other, Indiana.